Hey everybody, we're getting ready to get started. If y'all don't mind.
This
Go ahead.
program is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Talking. All
Persona
right.
4 Arena.
Sorry for the late start. So we're gonna go ahead and finish off the Persona 4A. Well, I ain't gonna say finish off, but we're gonna get pretty close to it. So we're gonna do Naoto, Mitsuru, and Akihiko, and if we have time, we'll do Aegis as well. And we're just gonna continue from the cliffhanger if y'all don't mind. And I'm gonna turn my screen off if y'all don't mind. Do that real quick. Hide my box here if y'all don't mind. Since TikTok has just got rid of everything, which is lame. So I'm just gonna hide it for today. All right, and we should be good. Let me do this, and let me make sure Discord is streaming too. We are good. All right. Sorry for the wait, y'all. Do live here. Part 6. Right. And we are good. Sorry for the delay, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Look out!
I see something glimmer in front of me. Acting purely on instinct, I duck instantly. A low whizzing sound passes above my head. What was that? Did something get thrown my way?
Naoto-kun!
Rise-san turns towards me. I look at her from across the room. She's scrunched down next to something on the ground. On closer inspection, the red and white lump she's near is Teddy. I see General Teddy in the back of the room, so the one with Rise-san has to be the real one. The girl is standing between Teddy and the general. I've never seen her before, but looking at her mechanical body, I can tell who she is. That's Labras.
What should we do? That girl wasn't normal. She wasn't even human. I know it sounds hard to believe, but she's a robot or something. She defeated Teddy and,
Calm down. Are you talking about Labras?
Though Rise-san is quite shaken, she still nods.
The riddle is solved then. You're not the real Teddy. You're only a shadow taking his form. The shadow of Labras here, to be precise.
Aha! No wonder they call you the Detective Prince now, Chan. You cracked the case. But even if you figured it out, there's still nothing you can do.
Carefully watch General Teddy as he scoffs. Whatever it was he threw at me, it was too busy dodging. I was too busy dodging to see it clearly, but it must be dangerous. I'm sure he won't hurt his owner until he hears a certain phrase from her, but he has no reason to be gentle with the rest of us. I point my gun at him, ready for any more of his attacks. However, the next attack comes from a direction I had not been expecting.
What?
There's a droning sound. It's coming from a giant axe flying at me. The axe is bigger than I am, spinning through the air towards me. Like a boomerang, it curves back and returns to the hands of its wielder. There are thrusters behind the blade, allowing the axe to fly as it spins. It wasn't General Teddy attacking me. It was Labrys. Not the shadow, but the real one. What's going on? Wait, did she attack me the first time too? That would explain why Reese is so shaken up. But the shadow's right in front of her. Why is she going after me?
It's not true. I'm human. This is all just a bad dream. I gotta destroy everything.
I'm human.
I can't find any meaning in what she's saying. I want to convince her to stop, but I can't come up with the right words to do so. Labrys takes a fighting stance without wasting a moment. Looks like the only way to bring Labrys back to normal is to fight her.
Rise-san, please stay back.
Naoto-kun?
I never really expected to be able to convince her in the first place with the shadow here. I bite the bullet.
I will stop her, no matter what.
All right.
Finally! Fight!
Okay.
Wally, do it! Please, help! Concentrate! Done!
There. There.
Assault, now is the time!
This should be enough rounds. There.
Assault, now is the time!
This should be enough rounds.
Here I go! Done!
There.
I must hit! Concentrate! Done!
That was quick.
Aw, she beat you fair and square. You really are useless, Labby-chan.
After Labrys collapses, the shadow looks at her as if she was
The whole reason
trash.
for being is to fight. And you can't even do that.
You're not worth a damn. You don't need to exist anymore.
Shadow's voice and speech pattern begin to slip away from its impersonation of Teddy. No, that's not all. The fake Teddy's appearance begins to warp as well. Finally, the time has come for it to reveal its true self. The form it takes is, as I thought, Labrys.
The true self.
That's my face.
Huh. You don't want to remember? Fine. You can die like that.
What? She's attacking her owner now? Is it a threat to pressure her? No, this is a shadow we're dealing with after all. There's no knowing what it will do.
Stop it!
What's this? Why are you protecting her? It's her fault you all had to fight each other, you know.
With that, she turns to her other self and looks down at her with disdain in her eyes.
You want everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament.
right. My home was a horrible place. They made us fight and kill each other just to collect combat data. It hurts so much, but no one understands. How can I make them see?
I know. I'll force friends to fight each other. Maybe then they'll understand. No. I wanna make them understand.
That ain't true. That's not what I want.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand. Just like you did before.
Stop! I've had enough.
Labrys!
No! You're not me!
No! You said it! You finally said it! The power. I can feel it building!
A sinister aura surges from the shadow. Even her surroundings begin to warp with its energy.
Yes, the power!
In an instant, the area becomes dominated by a piercing red light. The view from behind the window has changed completely. I hear Rise-san gasp behind me. I don't know what this place is modeled after, but I get the sense that someone carved open a living creature's stomach. This is the reflection of Labrys' heart, the suffering she carries. The shadow's golden eyes stand out even more in a dusky redness, focusing on me. I changed my mindset. There's only one thing to do here, just as my friends did for me.
Rise-san, you watch Labrys and Teddy.
I got him. Good luck, Nato-kun.
Yes, I'll save her.
Finally.
Okay.
Not bad.
I'm assault! Okay. Okay. Okay.
See, Naruto got trapped, so I'm gonna have to play with her a little more. The giant creature behind the shadow, I had begun to think of it as part of the shadow itself, vanishes with a loud roar. I managed to defeat her. She shows no further signs of resistance. Cautiously, I turn around and walk to Labrys, who is still sitting on the floor being held up by Rise-san. It seems Teddy has also regained consciousness. He had broken into a sweat, flustering as he stands next to Rise-san.
Are you all right?
Labrys has a melancholy look on her face as she hangs her head. She's so human-like. The sheer authenticity of that expression makes a thought appear in my mind.
I didn't have the chance to introduce myself. I'm Naoto Shirogane, your Labrys. Is that correct?
She raises her head, but neither confirms nor denies it. She just quietly stares at her double across the room. A machine given the ability to summon a persona. The persona ability was the primary objective in her creation. The fact that she also developed a heart came as a byproduct. How much suffering did she have to go through having been treated like an object for so long? It isn't easy to imagine.
I can't claim to understand your pain. It was only today that I learned you existed. to say nothing of the weapons program from which you sprung. But there is one thing I do understand.
I kneel and look Labrys in the eyes.
Look carefully at me. Do I seem like a man or a woman to you?
What do you mean?
You and I are alike. There is such a gulf between what we yearn to be and what we are that we have trouble accepting our true nature.
Our true nature?
Just as I cannot break the glass ceiling of my profession, you cannot become human. That is the painful truth. But if we were able to change, would that truly bring us happiness? I feel there is something only you or I can offer, because of who we really are.
There's something a machine like me can offer? Even if there is something like that, there's no place I belong.
That's not true. I'm not human either, but I work at Jeunesse. The part-time ladies give me sweets sometimes and everything.
The heart is always lacking something. It may be that you and I will be troubled by this same thing for the rest of our lives. But please don't forget that you're not alone anymore.
I'm not alone.
I nod strongly to Labrys as she looks up at me. I repeat it for emphasis.
Don't worry. You're not alone.
That's right. I'll stick to you like glue.
And it won't be just us. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends with everyone in town.
Really? A machine? Like me?
We nod. Labrys stands up and approaches her shadow.
You said it's okay to be me. Doesn't that make you happy too?
She takes the shadow's hand as it droops its head listlessly.
I'm so sorry I locked you up inside me for all that time, but we'll be okay now. I'm not alone. And you're not either, right? I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona.
Labrys, there are some people from the Kirijo group here looking for you.
I wonder if they'll stick me back in that box again. Of course they will. After all, I caused a lot of trouble. What else are they gonna do?
I can't say anything about that for certain, but you should talk with them. It's your right to be where you belong.
Yeah, you're right.
At that moment, I hear several sets of footsteps approaching from outside. I stand and take a fighting pose for an instant, but relax when I hear familiar voices. I ease up and smile.
Is everyone all right?
Whoa, Senpai! You're back from the city already?
Never mind him, Kanji-kun. What about you? What have you been doing all this time?
Shadow Host was defeated. Invisible walls must have disappeared. This place is familiar to all of us. With the walls gone, finding each other is a piece of cake.
Yo, Naoto. Guess you made the big meetup after all, huh? I swear, we're tied together by fate or something. Actually, is that the real you, Teddy?
You're so blind sometimes, Yosuke.
Rise-chan, I'm so glad you're safe.
Senpai, you're all here.
Kirijo-san's group comes in behind Senpai and the others. The room instantly falls silent. Perhaps some of the others have encountered them during a match before I did, but in general, everyone was shocked to see them. Kirijo-san weaves between all of us and walks directly toward Labrys.
You must be Labrys.
All of us hold our breath at Kirijo. Kyojo-san's dignified
I'm
voice.
Mitsuru Kirijo. You may have heard already, but I came to collect you.
Collect. At that, Labris takes a step back. I put my hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She looks at me and I nod. Human, robot, anyone, it doesn't change anything. But no matter who you are, there are things you have to carry out through your own actions using your own words.
I don't want to go back in that box. Or to that lab.
As Labris manages to say it, a voice speaks up from behind Kirijo-san.
Mitsuru-san, I'd like to ask that you consider her request. Labris's, my sister's abilities, will surely be useful to us. Please, can't we enlist her on a trial basis and see what happens?
Sister. Surprised by that unfamiliar appellation, Labris looks towards the speaker.
You're a robot too.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I'm your successor, sister.
We're sisters?
She answered Labris with a smile. Amazing. Her tone, her expressions, they are also human.
I'd like to third their request. I'm well aware that I'm in no place to make demands on you, but...
Kirijo-san gave a right-eye smile after the third objection.
I'm starting to feel like the bad guy. There's no need to worry. I wasn't thinking of sealing you away again.
Really?
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. True. I don't know for sure that the danger is past, but I don't feel that you need to be sealed off from humanity, particularly since it's obvious that you have a heart. Kirijo-san.
Labby-chan doesn't need to be all alone anywhere? Yay!
Naoto, sorry to interrupt, but who are these people?
They kinda look like a bunch of freaks.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's not even human.
I guess she's a robot?
Huh? Wait a sec. Kirijo? As in the Kirijo group? Wait, what? What's going on here?
All my friends begin to look at me, the only one who knows everything. Where should I start? More importantly, how much should I disclose? Either way, looks like it's gonna be a long explanation. First though, I suggest that we change locations. It's important to share information, but it is imperative that we all get out of here safely. Teddy leads us to the roof, but when he opens the door, we find ourselves in a place that looks nothing like the real thing. Everyone besides Teddy starts in surprise. Outside the door is a space that resembles a TV studio. That's right, it's the place we used as an entrance lobby to the TV world last year. It disappeared once. It must have reappeared when Labris entered this world and created the school here. The others told me that the Midnight Channel aired again. Whoever watched the broadcast must have associated with last year's airings. That explains why it looks exactly the same. At any rate, looks like we'll be able to exit here in one piece. As I sigh in relief, Kirijo-san turns to us.
I should introduce myself to the rest of you. I am Mitsuru Kirijo. I cannot tell you who I am affiliated with or my position, but I bear all responsibility for Labris. This case, the whole disturbance was mainly due to us. I'm very sorry for putting you in such danger.
Kirijo-san sums up the sequence of events. Labris' entry into this world was the cause of it all. She and the others came here after her.
How do you know Mitsuru-san, Naoto-kun?
That's... well... Shirogane was working with us. Since it was our first time in this world, he helped us safely reach Labris.
So, the job you had was to bring Mitsuru-san and the others here?
Huh? Well... That was basically it. I'm sorry, but there are some things he cannot disclose. I ask for your understanding in that regard.
Sure, detective stuff. I getcha. That's pretty cool.
Sonata-san and Aika-san don't say a word even after Kirijo-san's explanation. It's not completely alive, but still. I shrug and sigh softly. And now that she sees I'm not denying any part of her less than vague explanation, I might as well be admitting that my investigation positions me against her.
I really am no match for her.
Well then, let's all go home. Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, you really gave us a scare. And this isn't the first time either. Well, at least it ended well.
You know, I understand about Rise-chan and Teddy, but why did Kanji-kun go missing again?
Huh? Oh, well, because,
You needed a change of pace, no?
What?
Did I misspeak? You said something like, sometimes a man just wants to be alone inside a TV.
As if.
Alto, you bastard! Why'd you have to tell him that?
Labrys laughs at our small talk. Looking at her, I begin to feel like this episode wasn't so bad after all. But suddenly, Labrys' smile disappears and her body freezes in an unnatural position.
Labrys?
Labrys does not answer me. Sonata-san shouts a warning.
Get away from her!
Everyone jumps back, confused. Kanji-kun wasn't even sure what he was supposed to be, backing away from it first. Soon, though, we all stand around her in a ring. Labrys stands in the center, completely motionless.
What's going on?
I don't know. I can only tell that she's probably being controlled from outside.
Controlled? As we all watched her confused and nervous, Labrys' right hand slowly begins to move. It reaches around her back to her thrusters, rather to the axe. Labrys' eyes were staring blankly into space, but suddenly glance at me.
Shirogane!
The warning comes at the same instant as the attack. I can feel the wind of the axe passage as I bend backwards to dodge the blow. If she'd gone after anyone else, things might have not been so fortunate. I'm the only one who's actually seen that attack before, but Labrys follows up with something different. I gulp in spite of myself. That white, elegant silhouette behind Labrys, I'd almost forgotten. Labrys now has the power of persona. Fighting her won't be as easy as it was before.
Labrys, why? Never mind, it can wait.
Finally. Fight!
Sorry, but I see. You're up. Okay. Okay.
I emerge victorious, but I don't have enough energy remaining to run up to her. I breathe heavily and looked at her. Aige-san runs towards Labrys in my place.
Sister, are you all right?
Suddenly, an uncanny voice echoes throughout the studio.
My, to think she'd fall so easily.
Everyone glances around, trying to find where it came from.
I hope that she'd provide more entertainment. What a disappointment.
As soon as this sentence is complete, all eyes turn towards me. I cannot blame them. After all, this voice was mine. The darkness in the center of the ring twists and squirms like gel. A face forms on its surface and hardens into limbs and a human-like body. It stands up. This thing standing us before us was again me. No, something just taking my shape.
Naoto-kun's shadow? Why?
I thought you disappeared.
I can't stop myself from being filled with anxiety, but I keep my voice calm as I ask you the question.
Who are you? Once you've gained your persona, you're not supposed to see your shadow again. That's what you thought, isn't it? Did you really think I had gone away? Well, too bad. Man cannot let go so easily of his weakness. I'm always with you.
No, this can't be happening.
My friends become even more disturbed. They certainly had cause to worry. Could the same thing happen to them? Will it? I, however, did not stir. Instead, I suddenly understood what had happened. This thing's objective was to clearly cause us panic.
Enough farce. You are not my shadow.
I walked towards this copy of me, the real enemy.
I know that for two reasons. First, I was able to use my persona in the battle just now. One's persona and shadow are two sides of a coin. If you are my shadow, my persona should have been unusable. Second, you took control of Labrys just now. That's an unusual power far beyond the capabilities of a human like myself. I'm sorry to say you've dug yourself a deeper hole by showing off that ability. With a power like that, you could drive a man to extreme acts, which was the missing piece in this case.
You mean the hijacking wasn't just the work of a highly motivated crew? Rather, whoever we're talking to now was...
It was Labrys' dark wish that we fight each other. But what if someone knew beforehand that that would happen? Labrys has a heart, but she's also a machine. Unlike humans, her memories can be tampered with. By using Labrys, you thought you could orchestrate the disturbance her shadow would create in this world. Your objective is, as you just said, to gather persona users, have them fight, disrupt their hearts, and steal their personas. That's why you're appearing in the form of my shadow right now, to confuse me. You're the real puppet master behind this case. I'm surprised. Very insightful of you, Naoto Shirogane. Quite impressive work. I didn't expect you to fight back this fiercely. Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Now stand, my puppet.
Labrys staggers to her feet. There's no doubt now. This is the person controlling Labrys, and she has yet to break free from the spell.
Poor thing. It's all worn out because of you. It shouldn't have much strength left to fight, but unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labrys pointed her axe at me for the second, no, third time. Rather than caution, I felt sympathy. The forced killing of comrades against one's will. I see now. This is the past her shadow talked about.
Shirogane, you need to stand back!
Kyojo-san steps in front of me.
Wait! If we all attack her, we may end up destroying Labrys. But she's just under its control. If we can release her, she should stop attacking.
I glance over at Rise-san.
Is that possible? All right, I'll give it a try.
Perhaps Rise-san's persona was powerful enough to do it. I think it's worth trying. However...
It's no use. What is that thing? It's not a shadow, it's way too strong.
I had a feeling things wouldn't be so easy. Out of options, Kyojo-san signals Aigis-san with a troubled look on her face.
Aigis, prepare for the worst.
Aigis-san opens her eyes in shock. A look of astonishment and not the good kind. But she quickly regains her composure and begins readying her weapons. She slowly aims them at Labrys. Realizing what was happening, Rise-san hastily interjects.
Wait, let me try again.
But Aigis-san pays her no heed. Labrys is in her sights. She looks calm, but it hurts to see her expression. That's only natural. She called Labrys her sister.
Good. Now suffer. Relinquish your personas.
At that very moment, Kyojo-san suddenly looks up. She closes her eyes. She gathers her strength as as she had when she tried to establish a line of communication with her own persona. But who is she trying to reach?
I see. Now!
Who is she talking to? Is there someone here besides us? As I stared at Kirjo-san in bewilderment, it happens. Without warning, Labrys freezes in place. The menacing aura that she had been given off dissipates in an instant.
What?
For the first time, I could hear panic in the enemy's voice. Free from the power of the enemy, Labrys' body collapses to the ground. Agusan weapons fold back into her body and she runs to Labrys as if all her pent-up emotions were exploding behind her like a rocket.
What was that?
I don't know. I was getting desperate too. It seemed like something far away stepped in.
This can't be!
It's just as we thought. The enemy is taking on your appearance and has no connection to you. Feel free to cut loose.
Kirjo-san's voice is full of confidence. I don't know what she did, but when she speaks so confidently, it's impossible to doubt her. I look at the enemy again, my face, but with a different expression.
There's something I want to ask before I fight.
What now?
Why did you choose me? Of all the persona users here, why did you use my face?
Is that all? Of course I chose you. You were the most unstable of the lot. Never quite sure whether to call yourself a man or a woman. Your indecisiveness made you the perfect prey.
I clench my fists, but keep my anger in check. After a moment, I nonchalantly tip my head
There's actually
back
something
on my
I've
head.
been curious to know all this time. Last year, when my real shadow went berserk, I was forced to the sidelines. It left me wondering whether I could have overcome that other me on my own. This is the perfect chance to find out. I won't hold back an inch.
Okay, y'all, something new. I'm guessing she got Fuka to sever the connection between that shadow, that person and Labrys, so we'll see what happens with this new type of story.
Finally. Fight!
Okay.
Do it!
The enemy staggers and falls to her knees, her face, or rather, mine, rather than agony.
You're so cool now, Chan.
I can't believe you could go that nuts on something that looked like you.
It may have taken my shape, but it wasn't me. I had no reason to relent.
I fully believe what I said, but Kanji-kun doesn't seem satisfied for some reason. Kirijo-san looks down at the enemy.
You'll be coming with us. There are some things we still want to ask you.
This is fine with me. There were many twists and turns along the way, but I'm not displeased with the results. It was good enough for this time that I confirmed you have the power to meet my expectations.
This time,
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
The enemy laughs and begins to fade away.
Wait!
Of course, the enemy simply disappears in the thin air. Who was she? And what was her objective trying to separate us from our personas? Unfortunately, I was not able to get to the core of the matter. But still, next time, huh?
hell no! Don't you dare come back again!
Yeah, what he said!
Seriously, that was one sick bastard.
Copying Now-chan was going too far! Bad enough that it was in violation of my image rights, taking my form like that!
I wonder if this is the start of something bigger.
Yeah, I don't think we should let our guard down.
For everyone's face clouds with anxiety. No one could have imagined that we would run into some bigger threat like this. Does the enemy plan to cause another incident like this again? Are we going to get more humiliating catchphrases? Killjoy detective? Am I really that bad? It appears that Killjoy-san has words of her own.
My analysis didn't make it in time, but that was...
It's hard to believe. Then again,
With a strong look in her eyes, she swallows her fears and comes to us as we discuss who the mastermind could be.
in any case, you don't have to worry about it. It's our responsibility from here on out.
But it was obviously targeting us. We can't shrug and go on our way after that.
He's correct. Given that it's taken an interest in us, we must arm ourselves against it.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there, but there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
You can sense that she is completely sincere. We all trade glances, but we eventually concede with our leader's opinion. We'll agree to Kirijo-san's offer. There are some lingering regrets, but we have little choice right now. Seeing that everything is settled, Teddy butts in and strikes a strange pose. Turn to look at him, and with a grin of pride, he kicks at the floor with his heel. That is his usual little dance when summoning the exit of the TV forgets us. Out the TV world, Kirijo-san's group is obviously surprised and look pointedly at the TV.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh, are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through!
You're even worse than before, you know that?
We all pass through Teddy's TV and make it back to the real world. Of course, Kirijo-san is a bit flustered to find herself in the middle of a department store. Labrys looks slightly lonely, but she follows Kirijo-san by her own free will. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. Remember Aika-san's gentle smile? I know that they'll make sure that Labrys is alright. And so, the incident came to a close. The following day, May 4th, Kirijo-san had stayed the night pursuing a follow-up investigation and is going back to the city today. We learned from none other than Labrys, who had called us all, wanting to say goodbye in person. And of course, we're obliged to see them off. At an intersection just outside the shopping district, we gathered by that oh-so-familiar limousine to exchange parting words with Labrys.
I'm really sorry for causing you guys so much trouble.
What are you saying? I had a blast meeting you, Labby-chan!
Likewise, but I can't believe you didn't notice at all that Kirijo-san was searching high and low for you. You're so thick.
That is mysterious. I wouldn't hesitate to answer the call of such a beautiful woman. It must have been because I was having so much fun talking with Labby-chan.
She never gives it a rest. So, what are you gonna do now, Labrys?
If you need help, we don't mind sheltering you. Yukiko's house is a great hideout. Thanks. But I'm planning on working with Mitsuru-san. We're gonna catch the scumbag who tried to use you guys. This time, it'll be me that's got your backs.
Sounds promising.
It sounds as though you found a place where you belong then.
Sure enough. Come back anytime to hang out, okay? We'll be here for you. Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Labrys' expression is radiant. I turn around to see Kirijo-san and the others watching from inside the car with gentle smiles. I leave the circle, gather around Labrys, and approach Kirijo-san. It's something I have to confide in her after all this time.
I confess, I had known about the existence of the Shadow Operatives from the start.
As I thought. Well, considering what we've both been through, there's no need to keep it hidden from you anymore.
Why are you taking the lead even if it risks your life? A woman in your position needn't.
A great many people were hurt because of mistakes the Kirijo group made in the past. I won't let it happen again. To leave behind nothing that could jeopardize the future. That's my mission. More than that, it's a vow I made.
I feel like she's speaking to someone else, someone who's not here to hear her. She then nods to me. The sincerity in her eyes is all the confirmation I need. In my line of business, you rarely come across people who actually speak what they mean. People who I would call noble. She is one of the few. Her eyes show trust in me, and that makes me proud to know her.
You've been a real help. About the next step, though, I doubt you'll back down that easily.
Who knows? It's not my decision to make.
I give a casual reply. Kirijo-san shakes her head with a smile.
I understand that nothing I say can dissuade you, but I want you to be cautious.
Her expression turns serious. This is likely to be a personal warning about the investigation I've been conducting on her.
Of course, there are those within the Kirijo group who don't think as I do. There are no doubt a lot of dark secrets to be unearthed. The current Kirijo group has drifted away from the family businesses. I am only the founding family's daughter, not the strongest position.
What an odd warning. It's as if you're showing compassion to your enemy. Well, I too personally hope you find success. You be careful too, Kirijo-san.
Just call me Mitsuru.
Of course, Mitsuru-san. Well, until next time.
The car soon departs in the direction of the highway. We watch as Lapras waves from the window, believing that one day we'll meet again. After seeing them off, we head to the food court at Junes. It's been a bit delayed, but it's time for you Senpai's welcome back party. These last few days have been full of trouble, but I can't help but feel that some sort of fate has brought us together in the end. Soon the topic at hand changes to what you Senpai had said. We should reform the investigation team. Just as Mitsuru-san has predicted, it was the only natural reaction to what we had been through. Not a single of us objects to the idea, and we all talk about our plans to continue. By the time we split up and I arrived home, it was close to midnight. But I sat at my desk and turned on my computer so that I may compile my report on the investigation.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo. As a member of the Kirijo group's founding family, Mitsuru Kirijo strongly wishes for the corporation's stigma to be cleared. Yet the Shadow Operatives are not ultimately a means for her to clear this stigma. Her first priority is to protect and save those who are at risk. The way she handled the lost cargo in this case made that much clear. Though discarding it would have been more advantageous and it would have been simple to destroy in secret, she chose not to do so. She sees the restoration of the family honor as a byproduct of her true mission. I will continue my secret investigation. It is apparent that the Kirijo group still harbors many dark secrets. Yet I must note that no matter how their internal affairs are worth watching, we need not trouble ourselves overseeing Shadow Operatives. Mitsuru Kirijo does not shrink from the responsibilities she bears. We will never gain leverage over her based on her family's sins. Even if the true culprit behind this matter has ties to the Kirijo group, she will...
I'll stop typing and delete the last sentence.
This report is no place for conjecture. I suspect this is only the beginning.
All right, y'all, that was quick. Now we can go ahead and do I wonder what the red clear signifies and then the other clear signifies. All right, we're gonna do Kirijo. We're gonna do Mitsuru.
Why are there two of her?
I am a shadow. The true self.
It's Miss President's shadow.
I'm taking the real one with me. I'll never let you catch me.
Labrys's double gives me a glare of pure malice before carrying off the original and fleeing the scene. I almost chase after her without thinking, but I stop myself and reconsider. That second Labrys, who was that? This completely unexpected situation has me off guard. I can't decide how to proceed.
What is she? You seem to know.
First, tell me something. Why was she in so much pain? What's all this about Labrys and weapons?
I'm sorry, but that's classified. It's not for civilian ears.
Then I won't tell you anything about her. If you want to know what I know, you have to tell me what you know first.
That may have sounded too much like I don't care if she's in pain. It would be unreasonable to demand that she tells me everything she knows without offering something in return. And she's already seen Labrys' true form, so I give her a small sigh.
Well, I suppose you're involved now. All right, her official name is 5th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon. Codenamed Labrys. She is an android weapon created by the Kirijo group years ago. In order to use persona abilities, she was given a heart.
She's a machine? Kuchikawa's shocked expression conveys her thoughts as perfectly as if she had spoken
We
loud.
couldn't let her run free. Just look at the trouble she's caused. We came to retrieve her and minimize any damages.
I hold back no details in telling her of the cruel experiments she must have underwent during her development. Kuchikawa takes it all in and quietly sighs.
So when she said she didn't want to remember, that's what that was about. Hey, why didn't you listen to what she was trying to say? She said that she didn't want to remember, but you kept pushing your demands on her and making her feel bad.
That's...
I pause, considering her accusation. She may be right. Indeed, I was so desperate to put an end to the case that I didn't listen to what Labrys had to say.
You gave her a heart because you needed her to have one, and then kept treating her like that. No wonder she's in pain.
Tears streamed from the girl's eyes. As angry as she is, she's crying for Labrys. Even after seeing her true mechanical form and learning that she's a weapon, Kuchikawa has nothing but compassion for Labrys.
Why are you siding with Labrys so much?
I heard her voice a few times. It sounded like it was from her past. She said she was forced to fight when she didn't want to, that she was hurt and afraid.
I see. Kuchikawa had also heard the voice just as I did when she used her persona. Kuchikawa slowly tells me about what happened last year, the reasons why she came to Inaba. Due to her career as an idol, she was cut off from those who knew her for who she was, leaving her isolated. But just when she had lost faith in everything, she met people who believed in her, saving her life.
Someone to believe in, huh?
Hearing that brought up again is a sore point for me.
She's Miss President's shadow.
Kuchikawa tells me the details that she previously said she wouldn't reveal.
Kuchikawa?
The repressed desires you don't want to admit? Here, they take on a life of their own.
So that's why. Then what's her ultimate goal? Why did she take Labrys?
Shadows. They try to become real. It confronts the original with weaknesses to make them deny that the shadow's part of them. Also, it can take their place.
I see. Then there's no time to lose.
Do you think you can save her? A shadow doesn't disappear until the original person accepts it.
That's why I must believe in her and support her. Even if it's left unsaid, I still understand Kuchikawa's desire. I share it.
Kuchikawa, let me amend my earlier statement. I didn't come here just to minimize the damage. I came to save everyone. Will you trust me on that?
She looks into my eyes, and after wiping her face with the handkerchief, she nods slightly.
Make sure you listen to what Labrys wants to say this time, okay?
I fully intend to.
Kuchikawa smiles in embarrassment. She apologizes to me for taking such a spiteful tone. I can tell she's being honest and sincere. Kuchikawa promises to cooperate as much as possible for Labrys' sake. I decide to have her contact her friends and pass on a simple explanation of the situation. She agrees and asks if she'll try to contact Akihiko and Agus as well. She seems to have already grasped how our safeguards against detection by
Speaking with you made me
personas work.
understand something important. Thank you for that. It must be that smile of yours that catches your audience's heartstrings.
Promise me then. Make sure you come back with her.
Spurred on by her words, I begin running to where I detect Labrys ought to be. Though I don't yet have a plan to save her. If I find her again and listen this time, will that truly be enough to save Labrys? The invisible walls are still here, leading me to the music room. According to the guide map, it should have been further away. But just as with the announcement, the layout of this version of the school is off.
Who are you?
Someone else is already inside. He frowns upon seeing. I recognize his face from the video. If the walls are still here, does that mean the Grand Prix rules are still being enforced? As a test, I hold a hand out to the space where I just entered the room.
It seems we're locked in. The rule against proceeding without fighting is still in effect.
Are you Kirijo-san by any chance? Rise got in touch with me.
I am indeed Mitsuru Kirijo. As I recall, you were the sister no, your name was Narukami. There doesn't seem to be anything scrambling our senses. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Don't sense any noise, but it can't hurt to ask. He nods, showing that he understands the question.
Rise told me you were out to save Miss President. Labrys, her name was?
That's right. But I must act swiftly. There's no noise here because our enemy thinks we'll be hesitant to fight in our right minds. Would you mind conceding? I don't want to drag you into this any further.
I understand, but I can't do it like that.
Narukami gives a wry smile before his expression flattens again.
If the rules are still in effect, my friends are still trapped. They still need someone to rescue them. I fought battles I didn't want and taken on a lot of responsibilities, which includes saving Labrys, of course. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't think it's right to simply hand the burden over to someone I just met.
I see.
Sorry, this must be frustrating to you.
No, don't misunderstand me. I have no objections. I admire your willingness. With the final battle awaiting ahead, perhaps it's best that the stronger of us two should be the one to proceed.
Atmosphere in the area changes. Narukami senses it as well and readies his weapon. It's strange, but he reminds me of someone. Of course he does. Although his fighting stance, physique, and features are completely different, he still reminds me of the one who saved us and the entire world.
I like the look in your eyes. I will test your resolve with my sword.
Yep, she reminds him of Makoto, the protagonist of Persona 3.
Final. Fight!
I'll show you, man.
Not yet.
Sorry, guys.
I've won. I will move on.
I hold out my hand to Narukami, who had collapsed on the floor, and held him up. Fortunately, I won the match. Although in fighting these people, I have come to see them in a new light.
But first, I have something to ask you.
In this world, to encounter another leads to an immediately win or lose situation. That's why I had intended to limit my interactions with others. All I felt regarding these students was regret for dragging them into this mess. But in order to be sure I can save Laris, I feel that I need their help. Since they have more experience with this world, they are most likely closer to settling this.
You said that you want to save Labrys too, but you barely know her. She isn't human and has been through things that aren't easy to understand. What were you going to do for her when you found her?
Narcomer quietly closes his eyes before answering.
Nothing in particular, but I could have stood at her side at the very least.
At her side?
A number of things dawned on me with Narukami's words. Though I had resolved to fight by myself, I wasn't truly alone. I had family and close allies, all who supported me. But Labrys was alone. She fought against the same units who shared her fate, and after escaping into this world, she had no one. I see. I understand now. He politely underlined something important that I had overlooked. He's not the first to show me a new perspective like this. This warm sensation that spreads within me. I understand now. That's why Narukami reminded me of him.
You really do remind me of an old friend.
I do?
Yes. Though he's more than just a friend. I owe my life to him.
I attempt to contact Kuchikawa again. She responds, I give her another request. She eagerly agrees, and Narukami, who's listening, nods in satisfaction.
Well then, I'll be going now. To save Labrys.
There is no hesitation now. I have seen what must be done. I must go forward to keep my promise with them. Labrys will be saved. I'm certain of that now. In order to pursue the escaped shadow, I stop briefly and attempt to locate it with my persona. It's on the move, but it's headed to the...
Kujikawa, can you hear me? The shadow is headed to the announcement room again.
I've already picked up on her and got out. Also, I've managed to reach your friends. I was just talking to someone named Aegis.
Kujikawa says she's never tried to connect to multiple people at once, but with a little practice, she's picking up the net. Her persona support skills are advanced indeed. In contrast to my own inability to contact my friends against this noise without linking my persona to the communicator, she easily located Akihiko and Aegis. Really, she's quite talented.
Aegis, can you hear me? I need you to keep Kujikawa safe.
Understood.
Shadow's presence is nearby. I retrace my steps to the announcer room and throw open the door. I'm ready to end this.
My, you've come. Sorry, but you're too late. You really helped me out, though. You were pretty hard on this girl, weren't you?
Expression drains from Labrys' face as she mutters to herself with self-reproach. The shadows must be hammering at Labrys' psyche in order to have Labrys deny herself.
We've got a guest. This human's here to take us back. She'll never understand how we feel. A typical human.
Stop! Don't say anymore!
Labrys.
I step between Labrys and her shadow and draw my weapon. The shadow looks at me and her face boils over with hatred.
What's this all about? Oh, of course. It would be a problem if she were destroyed while you were retrieving her. Huh? Retrieve?
No! This has got nothing to do with me!
How long are you gonna lie to yourself? It's about time you face reality. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
But it didn't work. Kirijo marched in here and spoiled your fun. It's all right, though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
No! No!
want. You're...
Shadow's smirk widens at Labrys's protest.
me!
Labrys's rejection seems to have crossed some line. I can sense the Shadow's power rising dramatically in response to her words.
That's right. I'm myself. I'm free. Even if I'm a misunderstood machine, I'll escape from all this. Yes, the power.
It's gone berserk, but there should still be time. I'll make you settle down.
I support Labrys, who slumped over, and make my intentions plain.
What's with you, you hypocrite? The way you've been acting pisses me off. How can you be so kind to her? No matter what you do, it won't erase your sins. Fine. Since you're a Kirijo, why not tell you exactly what your family did to me? What they made me do?
Shadow thrusts her weapons towards me as if sentencing me to judgment.
Remember those spectating students? What did you think those human-shaped silhouettes were?
For a moment, her unexpected shift in topics catches me off guard.
Those were shadows, too. Shadows of the prototypes you made her destroy. When they were destroyed, their information was transferred to the victor. What's left of their hearts remains deep inside Labrys. That's right. They all have a soul. But because they never fully developed, their shadows helped her play school after they separated from her. Do you see? Those spectators you saw everywhere were her sisters she had to kill at the Kirijo group's orders.
Oh, wow. Y'all hear that? I'm at a loss for words. I can only stand there speechless.
I haven't forgotten. I'll never let their memories or their pain go. I won't forgive anyone who tries to take my freedom.
Her anger is justified. It's natural for her to hold a grudge after what we did to them.
I acknowledge your anger and grief. Setting things right here is my way of atoning. This fight will release you from your curse once and for all.
New revelation, y'all. So those shadows, the audience during the P1, that was the remnants of all of the androids that Labrys had to kill. Something there.
Final. Fight!
After a fierce battle, the shadow finally falls silent and stops resisting entirely. Go to elevate Labrys to help bring her around. She regains consciousness. She looks at me with sorrow and resignation.
Am I gonna be alone again? What am I saying? Of course I am. After all I've done?
No. No one will lock you away ever again.
Huh?
I thought I had a firm grasp on things. But in the end, all I did was drive you into a corner. I'm sorry.
Why is a Kirijo apologizing to a machine? I mean, I hurt people. Dragged them into my own mess. I'm just like I was before. There ain't no reason to forgive me.
That is solely your opinion.
Huh?
Kujikawa, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Is that Rise-san?
That's right. You've met her too, and...
Seems Kuchikawa accomplished what I asked of her earlier. I wanted her to use her persona ability to connect the voices of her friends directly to Labrys. Some of them I met, while some of them I don't know at all. In truth, some of them may find it hard to forgive Labrys for dragging them into this, even after learning of her circumstances. But I believe in them.
To tell the truth, I only saw you for a second, so I ain't really sure what's going on. But it seemed like you went through a lot. Anyway, hope things start looking up.
That's way too simple. Can't you think of anything better to say?
Hey, it ain't simple at all. I know damn well how tough it is to see a shadow come out of yourself.
Yeah, we've all been through the same thing, so we'd suck pretty bad if we didn't forgive you.
You caused me a lot of trouble, but it was still kind of fun. Kinda.
They know how to accept someone for who they are, regardless of looks. That's why, even though Labrys is a machine, they will surely welcome her. I'm confident of it. And indeed, they respond to Labrys with more warmth than I had thought.
What you saw wasn't the whole picture, right? That's just how our hearts are.
I concur. None of us can cast stones after you've gone through the hardship of facing your shadow.
That aside, I'm just glad you're okay. I was worried about you. I left you alone knowing you couldn't use a persona.
Labrys, when you come back, we should talk.
Senpai's right, and not just us. Sister, can you hear me? I too would like to talk with you. There's something I'd like to tell you. You may know it already, but still.
Voice is charming and are gentle, kind, and warm. I can't help but to be touched as well. My words alone could have not accomplished this.
You guys, why?
You are a machine, unlike us. That is undeniably true. There will be days to come when you are tormented by solitude and caged by your own weakness. But one thing will be very different. Starting today, you are not alone.
Whether she's machine or human has no bearing on her suffering. To be crushed under the weight of despair with seemingly no end to the pain, feeling that one cannot go on any longer. I am no stranger to those feelings myself. It was always someone else, like my family or teammates, who saved me. But when you're alone, it's difficult to see a way out. You can't find it unless someone shows you. That's when you learn the extraordinary power derived from one's relationships.
Companionship is the greatest guide. In my mission here, I've come to be reminded of that. We hope to become that guide for you as well. If you're not alone, you can stand to face the most painful of truths.
Face the truth.
Labrys' gaze turns towards her own shadow. There is no more fear in her eyes. She understands now.
I see. I get it now.
Watch over her as she stands up. No words pass between us, but I'm here for her, and that may be enough.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. This is my persona.
Kirijo-san!
Welcome back, you guys.
Together with Labrys, we head towards the rooftop where there is supposedly an exit to the real world. A small crowd welcomes us on our arrival. Some of them I haven't met yet in person. If I recall correctly, the energetic girl with the short hair is Chie Satonaka. The well-built young man must be Kanji Tatsumi. And that must be the the real Teddy. His speech is no different from the imposters, but in the absence of their evil demeanor, the real one is much more adorable. All the faces I saw in the video are here, with a smile on everyone.
Whoa! You really are a robot! Hey, can I touch you?
Chie-san, that's a bit impolite. It's hard enough restraining myself already.
You said restrain yourself.
Well,
I give Labrys an encouraging smile. She needn't be afraid to enter their circle. None of them are rejecting her after all.
I'm sorry I caused you guys trouble.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about that. That Grand Prix was you, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a half bad idea. Fighting to see who's the strongest man was awesome!
What?
Kanji's right, but you should have invited me, too!
Sorry?
I won't forgive you until you say, I really like you, you big bear of a man. All sexy like that!
Guys, stop making it even worse. Sorry we're starting off like this.
In any case, I'm really glad you're all right.
I got you to thank for that.
They take very naturally to
Great
someone
job,
who is a
Mitsuru.
human.
But man, talk about a rowdy bunch of students.
Still, they are kind.
Look at Labrys surrounded by new friends. I wish I could join them, but part of me would rather watch over them for now. There are things I still need to consider.
Is something the matter?
I'm not good at relying on others. My responsibilities are so heavy that I don't even think of trusting others with them. I've been told it before, but it never gets easy.
Why not think of things more simply? When something cannot be accomplished alone, there is no other choice but to trust in others to help. Good or bad, it is inevitable. Then why not accept it and move forward? You aren't alone either, after all.
Can't keep myself from smiling at the truism I never would have come up with.
You're right. It's not difficult at all when put that way. It's just as I was saying about companionship being a guide.
Indeed, I'm thankful for my companions. They say the things I cannot and take me outside of myself with new perspectives. I'm sure that the same principle will save Labrys from straying from her path. Although, I think again about the case. Now that Labrys is safe, there's another issue. The mastermind who is not Labrys' but her shadow. However, her shadow emerged and began to act only after she entered the TV world. It's hard to reconcile that with Labrys taking the initiative to escape. Come to think of it, there's something else that can't be explained if we assume Labrys was behind everything.
Was Labrys truly the mastermind here?
Huh? What are you getting at?
Why did Labrys choose them? Where did Labrys learn of them?
It's the students of Yasagami High that trouble me. I can't see why Labrys would have selected them. I thought they might have sensed the changes Labrys caused in this world on their own, but no. The video that brought them here called them by name. Not to mention that the shadow took the appearance of General Teddy from the start. Neither would be possible unless she had identified them beforehand.
Even we didn't know about them or about this world inside the TV. How did Labrys discover all this?
Yeah, I can't explain it either.
And I still have my doubts regarding the hijacker's mental state. Their memories were so muddled that they couldn't even explain themselves. Do Labrys' abilities extend that far? The more I think about it, the more questions arise. There must be some larger plan at work here after all.
Well, the fastest way to find out is to just ask her. Hey, Labrys!
Akihiko.
Akihiko's loud voice catches not only Labra's attention, but the high schoolers as well. I had hoped to keep them away from this since they were innocent bystanders. Akihiko seemed not to notice my irritated
When did
glare.
you wake up? How did you find out about the TV world?
About this place?
Labras abruptly stops moving just before starting to convulse and taking a leap backwards. It happened so suddenly that even a student standing some distance away raised their voices in alarm.
Labras!
Get back!
As soon as Akihiko cries out, Agus runs towards the students to protect them. I keep a careful eye on Labras, whose face has gone blank, and put some distance between us. My fears have been realized. Labras reaches for the axe on our back and swings it without hesitation.
Is she malfunctioning? No! Someone's hijacked her!
What?
If we're all here, the shadow is defeated. Someone is still
I know
hijacking
you're
her.
there. Who are you? Show yourself.
I expected a response, but the source of my answer came as a shock.
Show myself? How cold. You treat me as if I were a stranger.
That voice!
A pool of darkness emerges from one of the nearby shadows, forming.
No way! Kirijo-san's shadow?
It has my appearance, my face. It's me in every way, save for the unnatural gleam in its golden eyes and the mocking expressions it makes.
Do you not recognize your own face? I am you.
Still, my heart is calm. In fact, her appearance may be giving me more clues as to the enemy's intentions.
You seem to have a penchant for deception. Unfortunately, I already know that you're the mastermind here. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labras's memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers. Very good. No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. Yes, I want them even more now.
You want them? Explain yourself.
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Who are you?
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Stand, my puppet.
The shadow ignores my taunts and raises right hand toward Labras, still collapsed on the ground. Labras reacts to the gesture by rising up, like a puppet with no will of its own.
You bastard! This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labras obeys the shadow's command and leaps forward to attack. It seems the enemy would do anything to rattle us. I understood that. But understanding it and forgiving it are two different things.
I'll just knock her out one more time.
No, don't attack her. Further damage to Labras could put her in danger.
But, come on! She's all over us! Ah!
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
That moment, I hear a voice whisper in my mind.
Huh?
I stop in spite of myself. I know this voice well. Relief washes over me to hear it. This match will end in our victory. I call to everyone assembled.
Don't listen. Everyone, concentrate on avoiding her attacks.
But we can't do that forever.
Just try and hang in there. Trust me. I trust in you.
I realize that this is an impossible demand. Everyone is already exhausted by what's come before. Still, I need to buy time. Surprisingly, the first tonight is neither Akihiko or Akis.
Everyone, we can take this much. Yosuke, you ready?
Hell yeah, partner. Let's let Mitsuru-san do her thing.
Hanamura and the others recover from their confusion at once Karakami speaks. Interesting. He seems to be a great leader.
Akihiko, Aigis, back them up.
You got it.
No one will force my sister to hurt others ever again.
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
Shadow laughs triumphantly at seeing us driven against a wall. Flaunting one's power, acting like a god, how short-sighted. I sense what I've been waiting for. We've bought enough time.
Sad to say, but this show is over.
What?
Labyrinth comes to a halt and is released from the Shadow's control. She must have been forced to exceed her limits, for she falls to the floor as if her strings have been cut. We didn't attack her at all, yet she's unable to so much as break her fall. Chill goes down my spine. Imagine what could have happened if we fought her at our full strength.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
There's Fuka. Look at Fuka, y'all.
Fuka-san.
So you had a third assistant.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in reality too?
Right before we entered the TV, I put in a phone call asking her to come right away. And she made it at the perfect moment. Yamagishi initially had a bit of difficulty dealing with a world so alien to her, but she adjusted quickly enough. Though she's far away, I can sense that we're under her protection.
It's just as you thought, Mitsuru-senpai. The enemy is only mimicking your appearance. It's a fake.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away. So these are the limits of a half-broken puppet. Well, no matter. This was only ever for my own enjoyment. You despicable monster! I didn't expect you to fight back this hard. But didn't you have fun? You were all taken in by an illusion. This place, these traps, everything came from your own minds. You dread yourselves most of all. A beautiful plan, wasn't it? Your idea of beauty is rather warped, as is your plan and your assessment of us. But your biggest mistake was that you took my form in the end.
I take a step forward. Seeing this, Akihiko and Akis take a step back. They know they can see the signs of anger boiling within me.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right? Don't say another word while wearing that face. I'll teach you just who it is you've made an enemy of!
Finally! Fight!
It ends here!
You have time to go? Not yet. Go!
It ends here! This can't be!
Check. This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Shadow laughs, as if defeat didn't matter to
This
it at
is
all.
only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance. But sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
Foolish human.
I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then. The real you will face the same consequences soon. Choose your last words carefully.
His laugh echoes throughout the room as a shadow borrowing my form disappears in the thin air.
Yamagishi!
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Another guise, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
What are we up against? Our enemy seems to be targeting Persona users.
Seems that not even they know who the enemy is, though I didn't expect that they would. The enemy had extensive knowledge of Labyrinth, something even I didn't have. There's no denying it. Whoever did this is well versed in the Kyujo group's internal workings. Gathering powerful shadows, now that we know the enemy's general aim, but what do they plan to do with them? None of that matters at the moment, I suppose. I signal to Akihiko. Akihiko catches it and turns toward the students.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But
I don't expect them to like my answer. But the reason I started the Shadow Operatives was to protect people from these things. The students, they're still young. Granting my permission would only mean them becoming more inexorably involved. We should be the ones to take that responsibility.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. We're all at our limit.
Now Harkami signals to him. Hanamura's complaints fall suspiciously silent. That hardly fooled anyone. Either they take me for an imbecile, think it won't matter even if I do catch on. I suppose I can live with it. They are that determined, I can hardly dissuade them. They'll have to take care of everything before they can involve themselves, that's all. Teddy jumps around, his footsteps sounding highly unnatural to catch our attention.
Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision. You can get out from here.
They exchange banter as if the recent problems are hurting long past. We must fight so that they can continue to be so carefree. Moreover,
How's Labrys?
There wasn't much damage to her motor functions. I don't believe it will take much time to repair her. Still, the stress on her cognitive functions must have been severe. It may take some time for her to awaken.
Akis gazes sadly at Labrys' unmoving form in the arms. We must also fight to prevent anyone else from being hurt like these two. This case is over for the time being. It's time to say our farewells to this world. But a newfound resolve to fight is surging within me. Even after we return to the real world, there's no rest for the weary. After action reports on the case, investigating leads on the culprit, there's a mountain of things to do.
Here you go, Mitsuru-san.
Ah, thank you.
After issuing instructions, I'm ready to take a break. When Aki serves me a cup of tea with perfect timing. The fresh sense of Darjeeling. Take a moment to savor the mellow aroma of muscat. That's right, spring is nearly over. I feel like I can barely keep track of the seasons anymore.
We will be leaving Inaba tomorrow. Keep that in mind when making preparations.
Understood.
We're rather limited here in this hotel room. Originally, I had intended to return today, but we're all so tired that we have to stay the night. There's also Laris's condition to consider. Still mulling it all over, I hear a knock at the door.
It's me, Fuka.
Come in. I'm sorry I had to summon you on such short notice.
Oh no, it's all right. I was on vacation too, after all.
How is Labris?
She's still resting. There was a lot of stress on her, so we might have to carry her out.
I see.
Yamagishi takes a nearby chair. There's weirdness
I
in
looked
her
into the
eyes.
records. Labris was built on a self-contradicting foundation.
Self-contradicting?
Unlike with Aegis, when Labris was being developed, no one had the know-how to create a personality from scratch. So, it seems like they took an actual girl's personality and used it as a base.
A living girl. So that's why her heart is unexpectedly advanced.
Yamagishi nods.
But if she had all of the original girl's memories, a contradiction would occur in her self-awareness. Normally they'd make adjustments to prevent that, but even then, they couldn't guarantee it would be completely safe. That's why Labris was loaded with a self-deceiving function, in case a conflict arose in her self-awareness.
She was deceiving herself? Then the function that interfered with our perception...
It was listed as meant for infiltration, but that was a technicality. Its true purpose was a safety mechanism.
She was given a heart, presupposing that it would cause conflicts with her self-awareness. I silently begged the heavens for forgiveness at the cruelty and injustice performed upon her.
I think that should be okay now.
A hesitant voice comes from outside.
Labris! When did you get here? Sorry to sneak up on you, but after I faced my shadow and learned how to use my persona, it's hard to explain. But it felt like my emotions settled down. Actually, that may be what happened. Facing one's shadow could be said to be correcting one's self-awareness.
That must be it. Your developers came to the decision that it was an insurmountable problem, yet you overcame it.
I approach Labris and stroke her head. She fidgets, her eyes cast slight downward.
How do you feel? Does anything seem off?
Oh, no! You guys have treated me so well, I feel kinda guilty about it. My body's all fixed up too, so there shouldn't be any problems there.
I see.
Labris' expression seems gentle. She appears to be mentally stable. I doubt there's any danger of her losing control again.
I wanted to talk to you about where we go from here.
From here? You mean, about me?
Originally, we planned to take you back to the lab on Yakushima, but that was when we still thought of you as a mere object. Is that what you want to happen?
What else is there? You could tell us what you yourself want. You do have a heart, just like us. Who knows? Maybe you could even go to school eventually. Me? Go to school?
Even Aegis has been to school, and that was when she knew much less about the world than you know now.
Thinking back to that time is, it's rather embarrassing.
Surprisingly, Labris falls silent in thought. To live a life no different than anyone else's? That must be exactly what she wants. Should I tell her there's no need to worry about living expenses? No. Best to wait for her decision. She should be the one to decide on her future. After a long silence, Labris speaks again.
School. It sounds great. But I feel like there's something I gotta do first. I mean, yeah, it's been my dream for a long time to go to school, but someone's after those guys. Someone's trying to wreck their lives. I want to catch whoever it is myself. I want to look after those guys.
Rather than being with them, she chose to protect them. It's a beautifully selfless decision. She thought for herself and chose her own path. I see no reason to deny her that.
The Security Department Shadow Response Unit would be glad to have you. Welcome to the team, Labris.
I extend a hand. If she takes it, she'll be put an ordinary life on hold for a while. I know she understands that. She takes it anyway.
I get to work with you, sister. I guess that reminds me. I am your younger sister, but I am more experienced than you. This may be somewhat confusing.
Well, the two sisters are a bit awkward around each other now. The new bound will form there as well. Labrys made her own choice not to live an ordinary life. You could say that she is truly facing herself. She'll be alright. Seeing the two of them together makes me sure.
I'll give you a tour of the lab tomorrow. Make sure you're ready to write things down.
Tomorrow? We're leaving Inaba already? I haven't even said goodbye. I can't leave without seeing him one more time. Oh, that's good to hear. It means you've made some friends. Friends.
Turn to Aegis.
Aegis, get in contact with them by whatever means you deem necessary.
Understood. How should I contact them? I only know their names.
Yamagishi, your usual method should prove effective once again.
Huh? But isn't that invading their privacy?
Permission granted. Remember, we have official sanction to operate now.
And after how they acted when we were partying, we'll definitely need their contact information. They won't sit quietly by, of that I'm sure. This matter is still open after all. The mystery remains unsolved, and there are still worries nagging at me. But that's not the only legacy of this case.
I'll help look him up too.
Labrys races to a smile and takes Aegis' side at the computer. The bonds that gave her that smile, that will light our unseen path. There's no knowing yet where this case might lead. But the day that we stop in our tracks too afraid to continue will never come. Oh, Elizabeth. Oh, okay. So let me say this, y'all. Y'all heard the change in season soundtrack from the original Persona. I think Reload sounds better. And I can't wait. I hope that they give Persona 4 Revival the same treatment. That would be great. Let's do Sonatas. Let's do Akihiko's.
Why did it have to be now? Who the hell are you?
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mention the name Kirijo?
Once Labrys looks at me and yells in rage, but the other one recalls in horror.
No! I'll never go back there!
Crap, she ran off.
Damn it, get back here!
The other one dashes after the first one. I immediately try to pursue them, but
Hey, wait a second! Who are you?
the remaining girl in the green warm-up jacket stops me. If I recall correctly, she was the female student introduced as the carnivore in that commercial.
I need to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Wait! You can't just...
She appears to be uninjured, and I can't lose time dealing with her. I ignore her and book it after Labrys.
Hold it right there, Buster!
That voice. She caught up to me, though I'm running at full sprint. She must be quite an exceptional athlete. But I can't drag her into this. This is my duty. Should I run even harder? That might cause me to redline my heart rate, and that would deaden my legs for any upcoming fights. Or should I just convince her to leave? Unfortunately, it seems that both of those options have been taken off the table now. I wrap my fist where there's nothingness. Resistance, another invisible wall. Looks like this is the enemy's way of buying time. Sure enough, a female student catches up to me. She confronts me as she tries to regain her breath.
You're gonna tell me what's going on.
So she wants an explanation. There's no harm in telling her what's going on, since her friends are already caught up in this mess, but there's no need for them to learn the details about it. They just return to the real world and can get out while keeping relatively normal lives.
What good would that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
I hit the invisible wall.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
Girl hurriedly reaches around the space behind her. As I expected, her hand hits an invisible wall as well. That wall didn't exist when I first passed through that area.
We're trapped. So, like, do we...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
You may be a girl and a student, but I don't intend to go easy on anyone as long as I have a mission to complete. I unleashed the aura that instantly silenced the so-called tough guys around the world. I was hoping that she would quietly back down before I had to go this far. But even though my aura dampened the girl's resolve a bit, she didn't even take a step back.
All right, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labris?
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
The foolish words of a child. But there's a fire in her eyes that makes up for her lack of reason. Gotta say, I prefer that far more than wasting time with needless chatter. She's definitely piqued my interest a bit.
All right. To answer your question, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl.
She has a perplexed look on her face. Even though she's already seen those mechanical arms and legs, it must be hard to believe that a robot could be that lifelike.
Oh, so that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's 2 of her?
The girl does her best to explain the structure of the TV world to me. The world inside the TV apparently mirrors the feelings of those who enter it, and its appearance changes accordingly. She tells me that this fake school was most likely created from Miss President's elaborate psyche. She also explains that the repressed inner thoughts within oneself separate inside the TV world to become a shadow, and that those shadows try to kill their originators and replace them.
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labris, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway, but I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labris may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development. Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
Girl goes pale upon hearing my words. Such a tale would be unimaginable for those living ordinary lives.
Then, this tournament is a reenactment of what Labris went through in her past?
Even Mitsuru doesn't know that for sure. If there's anyone who can claim to, it would be Labris herself.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
Girl holds her tongue for a moment. But it isn't because of fear or hesitation. I could tell from looking in her eyes, she's made up her mind.
If Labris wished to make us go through what she went through, that means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
Save, huh? Her eyes tell me that she completely believes what she is saying.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satanaka, a 3rd year at Yasogami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight. And See whose passion comes out on top.
Final. Fight!
I am a dragon!
Right now! Caesar! Good night! So, this is it! Good night! Gotcha! 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 So, gotcha! Do it! Looks like I win.
God damn it, this sucks. I lost. Oh well.
Chie is smiling brightly.
Hey, Chie. You don't get to go search for Labrys like you wanted and you're laughing?
Well, I figured either way you'd save her. Labrys, I mean.
Can't resist cracking a little smile at Chie's words. Ha! She seems naive, but she saw right through me. Guess she's sharper than she looks. One of my mission priorities was to limit collateral damage. To achieve that, I thought that destroying Labrys might be my only option. But now that plan has been scuttled. My current plan is to save Labrys and protect her. If I'm able to succeed at that, all danger to the surrounding area will be prevented. I commit myself to this plan from now on.
Can I ask you to give her a message? Please tell her I said I was sorry for saying such cruel things and doubting her. Let her know I really want to talk with her when this is all over. Anyway, just tell her I apologized.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
Chie's words are clumsy as ever, but what she lacks in speaking ability and vocabulary, she makes up for it with
I
emotion.
need to thank you, Chie.
Huh?
On my way here, I was told that my strength was fake, that I was just immersing myself in training to escape my fear of losing others, that I was just sticking my head in the sand. And that was true. The reason I'm so hard on myself is because I'm scared. That might be a weakness of mine, but watching you made me realize it's okay to be like that. No, I don't want to lose anyone again, ever. But that's how I can become stronger. Sheer raw strength is pointless. Getting the ability to see your deepest wishes through is true strength.
That's a little abstract, but I guess it's a compliment, though I still feel a little embarrassed about it.
Can't help but smile as well. After vowing to save Labrys, I leave Chie and attempt to make good on my promises.
Wait here for me. I'll bring Labrys back no matter what.
As I run, the things that happened during my recent training and the things happening in this world start to remind me of each other. An old acquaintance face flashes into my mind. Someone who took good care of me. Someone I haven't seen in a while. Kurosawa-san. I heard that he been promoted to detective, but I haven't been able to personally congratulate him for that yet. There's another place that I need to go visit.
Once this is all over, I should go see him too.
After being forced to travel a circuitous path, I was eventually led back to the very room I was a few minutes ago, the announcing room. I push the door ajar and find Labrys inside, but is she the real one or a shadow? When Labrys sees me, she seems genuinely frightened.
You again? You came all this way after me?
Her reaction and the color of her eyes. This didn't match any of the characteristics Chie told me shadows would possess. Seems that this is truly the real one. She looks like she was still safe. Before she denies her shadow, I must take her into custody at once.
Come with me. I won't let you get hurt.
Take a step forward and hold out my hand. But Labrys backs away, terrified, and keeps her distance.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me.
And where will you go? Is that how you're gonna solve everything? You won't even listen, huh? Fine. I didn't think anything I said would be enough to earn your trust. So come at me with everything you've got. I'll accept you for who you are.
Shadow will try and replace its originator. If I lose Labrys, I won't be able to fulfill my duty. Is my strength enough to grant my wish? Something told me that the results of my training were about to get their first real test.
Finally! Fight! Do it! This is it! There you are!
Why won't anyone understand?
She's finally stopped moving. But Labrys' expression tells me that she's not at all there right now. Wonder if I can get through to her now. Just as I am about to speak. I only sensed the wind for a moment. Undetected ambush from behind. A giant axe spun at such high speed that it looks like a circular blade to the naked eye. No matter what part of that axe hits my head, it'll decapitate me for sure. Better not let it hit me then.
Oh, that's a pretty dangerous looking electric fan you've got there.
The shadow glowers at me with an expression of pure hatred. The murderous intent she shows is like any of the petty thugs I face, howling with rage as they try to land a punch. I'm in her head now. Looks like the real showdown's finally arrived. Having squandered her chance at an ambush, the shadow angrily prepares her next move. Labrys also sees the shadow and lets out a shock yell.
Stop! This ain't what I wanted!
Hey, calm down. This is your shadow. It's you, isn't it?
Shadow is formed from the repressed parts of yourself. That's what Chie told me. But even after hearing the truth, Labrys continues to shake her head and deny it.
What good will accepting it? If I accept it, then I'm just...
That's right. There's no way he'd understand. The Kirijo group created you as a tool. Of course, that's the only way they can think of you.
My words will not reach Labrys while she's like this. The shadow's cruel words have a tight grip on her heart. It isn't easy to support someone whose weakness has filled them with doubts and taken over their heart. I decide to listen to what the shadow has to say. This way, I can understand the weakness that Labrys is harboring.
Not that you're any better. You didn't hesitate at all to attack him. It just shows your true colors. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right?
That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament? You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it was no use. They didn't understand and kept getting in your way. It's all right, though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. Stop it! That's all a lie. You're not me.
Shadow displays a satisfied smirk. She's waiting for the words of denial. It will be easier to just stop Labrys from saying those words, but it will be meaningless for me to do so. I keep my gaze on Labrys as she speaks the words of denial with finality.
You can't be me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you! I'm myself! Yes, the power!
Hey, how you doing, Straws a lot?
I'm finally free! I won't let you or anyone else get in my way!
I stand before the Shadow, who is laughing insanely and surging with newfound power. Her power is actually quite impressive, but I know that there is no need for me to fear it. This is where the real battle begins.
You really think I'm gonna make it that easy?
Shadow contorts her face. Those were the same words that the Shadow threw at me before, after all.
What's that? You wouldn't be destroyed that badly? Then I'll save her for later and crush you now!
I swore I'd protect Labrys. And I'm not gonna lose what I'm protecting ever again. Now, come get me!
Shut up, Carrie Joe Dog!
Going all right, Straws a lot. I know I don't have my picture up, but I'm trying to do the screen here and not block nothing, but...
Finally! Fight! Caesar!
Man, that took a lot. After silence in the Shadow, I stand before Labrys, but she casts her eyes down sadly.
Hey, what's with that face?
You hold
Stand up and
a
look at me.
button
I have
to
a message for you
tech?
from Chie.
Huh?
She wanted to
No.
apologize for doubting you and hurting your feelings. She was really sorry about what she said. She wanted to tell you herself, too. She was so determined to save your heart that she threw everything she had at me.
Chie-san said that?
Also, Mitsuru, the girl in charge of the Kirijo group, learned what happened to you and was mortified to hear of it. Do you still think no one understands? That your pain is unique to you?
I never thought of things like that. I never imagined anyone understood me, but that's...
I'm a machine, though. I'm not human. Labrys mutters and casts her eyes down again.
I don't know anymore. What am I supposed to believe?
You're human, so you must have the answer. Labrys gazes up at me expectantly. It's true that I have something to believe in. But I don't just have something to believe in simply because I'm human. Plenty of people walk the earth with nothing to believe. I had to find it and grab hold of it myself. Indeed, I had found it only after facing down my own weakness.
Look, I don't know much about how you suffered in the past, or how many times your heart was broken. But don't give up. Believe in yourself and keep standing up to the world. No matter how many times you fail, some things you have to grasp for yourself.
Labrys looks up. I'm playing on PC, so I'm on Steam. This time, she finally looks me in the eye.
That's right. If there's something you really want, fight for it. You'll never get it by running away. What's your strongest desire?
Labrys falls silent. I don't prod her for an answer. You can't rush this. This is something one must find by facing down themselves, searching their heart for the answer, and making it take a form on their own. I can't help find her way, but if she doesn't find it on her own, it will be meaningless. Random question. You want to play a little bit of this online? Sure. Right after this story here, yeah, we can play this. I'm not the best at it, but we can play it. Labrys places her hand to her chest. She then closes her eyes and loses herself deep in thought. Eventually, she opens her eyes again and looks at me.
I want people to understand how I feel.
Then there's someone you need to tell that to. And that's yourself over there.
When I point over at the shadow that's fallen silent, Labrys inhales sharply. Labrys' shadow is part of herself that she just denied. But because she denied that part, she must also realize that there's a question she needs to answer. Why did I deny myself? I'm sure Labrys has found the answer already.
I get it. That's what you've been saying this whole time. In your own way, yeah. I understand now.
After making this momentous realization, Labrys stands up of her own will and faces her shadow, the awful part of herself that she denied.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. This is my persona. So this is the other me.
It's not easy accepting yourself, but you managed to get past that. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Labrys replies, slightly embarrassed yet proud. It's the exact combination of emotions I was hoping to see.
We should get going. You have some things you want to tell Chie too, right?
As we leave the announcer room, Mitsuru contacts me. Once the shadow disappeared, all the interference that it was creating went with it. The jamming, the invisible walls, all gone. I began escorting Labrys back to the real world. Yeah, Straws a lot. So online, I'll do some. I'll see what I can do once the story mode is over. We could play some matches of the game. Follow Mitsuru's directions and reach the specified location. A number of people have already gathered. I noticed Teddy, Kanji, Chie, and others I had seen in the P1 commercial as well.
Oh, phew! You're okay, Miss President. Or should I call you Labrys?
Chie-san.
In contrast to Chie's enthusiasm, Labrys looks towards me as if she's unsure about how to feel about everything. Before I can nudge Labrys over towards Chie, Chie rushes over and takes Labrys' hand. She smiles brightly after she confirms that Labrys is alright. Labrys cannot resist the infectious air of happiness and breaks into a smile of her own.
Hello, sorry, who are you?
I'm liking that look you've got going on. It's like you just single-handedly saved the world from an evil army.
Yosuke, don't be so rude.
Chie turns towards me and bows energetically.
Akihiko-san, thank you for saving Labrys.
No need to thank me. I just delivered the message you left me with.
Don't you have some people you want to introduce Labrys to? After being prompted, Chie dashes off, tugging Labrys by her hand towards her friends. The people waiting to greet them are everyday students, but none of them seem to be all that concerned by the fact that Labrys is an android. In fact, it seems like they are welcoming her into their group with big smiles. Looks like they are a pretty open-minded bunch. As I'm watching them, I'm drawn by some familiar faces.
Are you all right, Akihiko?
I raise my hand as a response to her. That's enough for Mitsuru to understand the situation and smile. Aiga stands next to me and gazes at the group of people gathered around Chie and Labrys.
It seems my sister has also forged a bond.
That takes you back, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Though I am a machine, I understand what it means for people's hearts to come together. I would definitely like for my sister to learn that as well.
The battle that took place 3 years ago marked a major turning point, not in just my life, but for Aigis and the others that fought alongside me as well. Labrys has just reached that same turning point. Watching this unfold for someone else feels nostalgic and heartwarming at the same time. Suru, however, is standing unmoved. She furrows her brow and is sporting a look that I know all too well. Sheesh, what's troubling her now of all times? Agus notices the serious look on Misuru's face and speaks to her in a hushed tone.
Are you thinking of sealing my sister away again?
Don't tell me you're going ahead with that. I know you're in a delicate position, but I have serious issues with this.
No, you misunderstand. I realize full well the situation here. That's not what I was thinking about. What's bothering me is that the true culprit in this case never did show their face.
What? Didn't Labrys say she escaped here on her own?
That's what I thought most likely at the time, but that scenario doesn't match what we've learned since then. How did Labrys learn about this world? Why did she call in these other persona users?
You had some basic investigation done on Inaba, right? If she regained her consciousness a while ago, it's possible she infiltrated your network and found out about that stuff.
That's not my only doubt. Labrys' ability to cloud others' senses can only go as far as creating hallucinations. That's inconsistent with the ability to control people so thoroughly as to make them risk their lives in a hijacking. There's too much that doesn't add up.
That does seem suspicious.
Suru is right. There are too many unexplained circumstances here. But why stand worrying about it? All the answers we need are a few simple questions away. Call out to Labrys.
Labrys, how did you escape all the way here?
Huh? I was inside a chamber and...
Labrys tries to continue, but her body immediately goes completely rigid. That's not good. Labrys looks like she's standing completely devoid of thought, but I know better.
Get back!
I shout out a warning to everyone in the area. Labrys immediately reaches for the large axe on her back and brandishes it.
What a pain.
I have to protect Chie and the other civilians. I immediately take a step forward to engage the still expressionless Labrys. This is a different situation than our earlier battle. Since Labrys can now use her persona, this is going to be a much more difficult fight. If we join forces to attack her, this will be a simple matter. However, Labrys' body is already taken a lot of damage from all the battles she's been in. There's no way of knowing if she survived a combined assault from us. Doubt and hesitation swirl around my mind and cloud my thoughts. I must make a decision and follow it with no regrets. That's when Mitsuru's sharp voice pierces the air.
Akihiko, buy me some time.
Looks like she has some kind of plan up her sleeve. Then my course of action has been decided.
You got it.
I tightly ball my hand to a fist and extend it towards my opponent. I reiterate my vow.
Labrys, I will protect you no matter what.
Finally. Fight! Do it!
Looks like I managed to keep her intact.
Well, she still seems to be under control of someone else. Do we have to strike down the one controlling her? But where could they be controlling Labrys from? Just as I prepare to check the surrounding area for any outside presences, a voice echoes from somewhere.
You resorted to your fists in the end, after all. That's why people say your strength is fake.
There's a familiar voice that I can't quite place. Darkness manifests from out of nowhere and coalesces into the form of a person.
What is that?
It's another Akihiko-san?
Whoa! Is that Akihiko-san's shadow?
The darkness dissipates, and what was left standing there was me. Just like Labrys' shadow from before, he looks exactly like me. The only difference is in my eyes. While the others are stirring, he coldly declares,
You go on about resolve and whatnot. What have you been doing these past few years? Just training yourself to fight better, that's all. You haven't grown at all as a person. You're still running from your fear of losing people, just like before. So you are watching us. Looks like the mastermind of this thing has a lot of time to kill.
Huh? Mastermind?
He's taken aback by my taunt, but continues
What are you
on.
talking about? I came from the sea of your soul. Enough. Do you think you rattle me with that tired old theme?
Shadow, no, the mastermind arrogantly tries to rile me up, but his taunts are powerless against me. I'm not taking the bait. No anger, not even surprise. There's nothing rising within me. My heart was completely placid.
So you won't admit it, then. Rise again, my puppet. Dance until you shatter.
The enemy orders Labrys to stand. As if a puppet on strings, Labrys responds to the shadow's command.
Looks like you've shown your stripes already. That power proves you're not my shadow. So what? You still have no choice but to suffer. Unless you destroy this thing, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Glance over at Mitsuru. She gives me a slight nod, and I laugh.
Sad to say, but this show is over.
What?
It means we won't fall for the same trick again.
Yamagishi, now!
Just as Mitsuru's voice sounds, the ominous presence lurking within Labrys was repelled. Turns out, the person who Mitsuru contacted before entering the TV was Fuka. I see. Her persona abilities could disrupt the control on Labrys without her having to enter this world.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi. She's a friend of ours who helped us greatly in the battle 3 years ago. She has an analytical persona, and she herself is a whiz at digging up useful information. The Yasagami High students don't know anything about Fuka and are looking around in surprise.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the? That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
That's not your shadow, Akihiko-senpai. It's just a fake mimicking your appearance.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
Yeah, I'm liking Ultimax. It reminds me, I mean, it's the same people who make Guilty Gear, so it pretty much reminds me of the old school Guilty Gear from like the original Xbox Guilty Gear.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys's memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
Why did you go after these students? What are you up to? Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness.
If I'm not mistaken, what is it? Down, down, and then I guess YB, I guess.
Old wounds that you thought you had overcome opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
Why would you do such a thing?
All the loose ends are finally getting tied up. I glare at the enemy as he smugly reveals his grand scheme.
That's enough. I see now that there's no room for any more excuses.
Yeah, I thought so. Both times I pull out my evoker. I can perform a summoning without this now, but I still couldn't just let it go. It serves as a constant reminder of those days fighting as a part of Seas. It's so I don't forget the joy, the sorrow, and the losses from those days. I point the muzzle to my head just like I used to. The feeling of cold metal, easy trigger pull.
You said before that I couldn't cast aside my fears.
Back then, I felt that I didn't care if I lived or died. Just wanted all the power I could manage. Whether my disregard for my own life was because I secretly wanted someone to punish me or because I wanted someone stronger than... or because I wanted someone stronger than I to forgive me and allow me to live. In either case, my resolution is no longer the same.
But I'll tell you something. People who have no fears end up dying early or throwing their lives away. My determination coexists with my fears. I know that death and loss are always close by.
I squeezed the trigger of my evoker, a nostalgic sensation. I was just a kid 3 years ago when I laid my life on the line. But now, though, I can't allow myself to die. In my heart, I know that I cannot lose this fight. I've accumulated all this power to protect others. I'm risking my life in order to stay alive and keep my friends safe. It is my current determination.
And you still say you're my shadow?
If a shadow is just another form of one's persona, then...
My determination would never leave my side.
Yeah, I tried doing bursts. Not this time, but I mean, I did it in practice mode when I was playing the game. So we'll see. Instead of knowing it at a round start, you want me to do it? Oh, me at least knock him down first. Oh. You just keep making me. You let me do it. It's not letting me do it. I ain't worrying about it. Yeah, that's what they kept making me do grabs. So I was like, oh well. You got, yeah, it's all full buttons for burst and then down, down, both persona buttons to do it.
No wonder you managed to drive back a god once. I didn't think you'd resist this fiercely.
I thought that I had done some serious damage to that thing, but it seems to has no intentions of giving up his ridiculous charade. He nonchalantly carries on while still wearing my face.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes. I've confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Who do you think you are? You're really pissing me off!
Oh,
I
okay.
doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance. But sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then. Wait!
There's no way I'm letting you get away. I immediately close the gap between myself and him. But with the final smirk, he disappears. All that remains is his laughter.
Yamagishi.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Bullshit! Don't you ever come back again!
Still, what was it planning on using our persona powers for?
It hasn't given up, right? And we'll see it again.
Indeed, based on what it has said, I have every reason to assume that it'll return. The enemy's objectives are still mostly unclear, and we don't even know who he is. We do have a lead, though. I look towards Mitsuru and Igus. Though I can't say this in front of the students, the fact that the mastermind knew about Labrys is a big clue. We're most likely dealing with someone related to Kirito.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
I'll just leave the rest of the explanations to Mitsuru. She's much better at saying the right things in these situations. In the meantime, I glare at the empty space where the enemy was.
The battle will go on, huh?
After all the members of the Shadow Operatives safely returned from inside the TV, we decided to spend a day in Inaba doing follow-up stuff and leave quietly the next day.
Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
As Fuka looks behind her to the back seat, Mitsuru and I smile at each other. Even for those of us who fought that battle 3 years ago, journeying into a world inside a TV to retrieve a robot still sounds absurd. Still, we managed to accomplish our mission. We retrieved Labrys and kept the incident as contained as possible. However, our plan to leave quietly like a covert ops unit should was foiled by the group of students.
They were certainly a lively bunch to the very end.
Tsuru seems to have thought the lapse in security wasn't enough to sustain the overall success of the mission and smiles. I recall the smiling faces of those students as they came by to see us off from Inaba. I didn't think they all show up. They turned the quiet departure we planned into a big scene. Labrys, who Mitsuru opted not to reseal, is still gazing out of the rear window, waving to them.
Parting with them?
A little. But it's only a matter of time. I promised Chie and the rest that I'd definitely come back.
Want to see the Inaba group say goodbye to them in person. Labrys was the one who insisted on a formal goodbye. Not only that, she herself decided to leave them for a while and join the Shadow Operatives. Even if it was unlikely that she could go to school with them, there may have been some way for her to see her new friends more often instead of joining up with our secret group. But that wasn't what Labrys wanted. There are things I must do in order to pursue the mastermind and drag us all into this incident. If I stay with the Shadow Operatives, I can accomplish those things. Those were her words. She has formed bonds, but rather than depending on them, she pushes forward. This must be why she's able to overcome a past filled with more grief than any ordinary person's. Her resolve is amazing. And Labrys isn't the only one that gained a new determination in these lands either. In order to speak of my own resolve, I straightened myself and faced Mitsuru.
Mitsuru, may I talk to you?
What is it? It's unlike you to be so formal.
This won't be any time soon, but I'm thinking of leaving the Shadow Operatives eventually.
What? Huh?
Fuka doesn't seem as hard hit as other members, but she's looking at me with confusion in her eyes. This was actually something I've been thinking about from the very beginning. These feelings have been smoldering inside me ever since I received my first mission. And I finally found an avenue to direct those feelings. Tsuru seems to realize that this is something I've given a lot of thought to and responds in a business-like manner.
May I ask why?
There's something I want to do now. I can't do it while I'm part of an unofficial group like this.
People who fear random acts of violence and crime, people down on their luck who have no one they can turn to. I want to be someone you can rely on. There's one great power that protected me when I was faced with senseless acts of violence in the past, ones that caused me great loss. It was an ordinary police officer. Right now, I'm forced to turn a blind eye to the plights of some people. As long as I have to carry out my obligations as a member of the Shadow Operatives, I won't be able to help them. I'm going to have to forego protecting some of the smaller things in order to deal with the larger missions. This cape helped me realize that I don't want to give up on those smaller things. I want to protect them.
I see. I think you would be well suited to it, Akihiko-san.
Becoming a police officer to protect one city would be great too. I'm not against working my way up through the official channels to become a force for security. But greater power is required to protect a larger area. And their power can't just come from my fists. There are greater intangible powers in society as well. It wouldn't be a bad idea to work my way into the upper echelon as a government official either. Then again, I don't know if I'm cut out for all that bureaucratic stuff. Suru had been quietly taking in all my musings until she interrupted my train of thought with some surprising words.
Of all the things you were going to say, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it? Even I know it's pretty ordinary, but...
Whether you man a police box or become a career officer, you should do it. And if you do, then I'll consider your circumstances, to an extent, whenever I need you.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
For a moment, I couldn't understand what Mitsuru meant.
Wait, are you planning on making me belong to two departments at once? You wouldn't use the Kirijo name for that, would you?
Bite your tongue? I won't do anything. But even if I don't, it'll happen on its own. You underestimate the organization's need for you. Leaving that aside, if you're going to wish to become something like that, then there's something you need to do first.
You're right. I need to train more and...
No, I meant going back to college.
Suru certainly adds, you should follow Yamagishi's example. That reminds me, I took a leave of absence from college to go on my journey. I didn't have a problem with my classes while I was still attending, but what about now?
Do not worry, Akihiko-san. I will calculate the units and time necessary for graduating and plan the most effective curriculum for you.
I'll be counting on you, I guess. I've been thinking this for a while now, but Akihiko seems to need someone to manage him.
I'm honored.
Another trial for me to face.
Someone's in trouble.
Labrys interjects with a joke at my expense and starts laughing. Agus, Mitsuru, and even Fuko warmly smile back at Labrys. For a robot, Labrys sure has great timing and a great smile. I give up and heave a deep sigh before leaning back into my seat. Labrys quickly forms new bonds in Inaba, and she surely will continue to form new bonds while she works with the Shadow Operatives. One's heart changes through encounters with others. It's always the same, whether your heart is covered with muscle or metal. Even if the culprit behind this incident were to appear again, he'd be no match for my new determination. The weather is great today. The day's cloudless sky is a perfect metaphor for my new resolve. Thinking about how fitting the situation is makes me laugh to myself. After all this traveling, I finally feel like I've taken a step forward. All right, so I have Agus and Elizabeth, but we're gonna play online with you, Straws a lot. Here's what I'm gonna do. It's been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll go ahead and do online. And I'm guessing, what I do online, P card. Okay, and so I'm guessing I'm doing this. So, rooms up. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. Need to take a break. Quick break, right quick. Give me about 5 minutes or so. Yeah, give me about 5 minutes or so. I just want to get a little something to drink, right quick, and a snack. So yeah, give me about, might need more than 5 minutes, maybe seven minutes or so. So let's do that. All right. So Straws a lot. I'll be in your room in a minute. All right. Let me get this back on. And let me go ahead and enable the webcam here. And let's go ahead and you say the room is up. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, why does it say disbanded? There we go.
Select your character.
Please be careful.
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your alter ego, your persona.
Playing with a matter, huh? Oh, okay, they play on this stage. Okay.
My excitement for the match rises.
Fighting with Knicks.
Round one. Oh, man, I'm getting crossed up. Hey, kill me. Hey. Oh, shoot.
How about this one?
Oh, you did it. Oh, that was a killing.
What a shocking finish!
Did you get stronger, Koromaru? You did great.
That was horrible. I'm playing against a real expert at this game. That was horrible. Ooh, that was horrible.
Please select your character.
Very well.
Please be careful.
I'm gonna just try to play with Elizabeth again.
Round one. Fight!
Remarkable. Impressive. Oh my. Here, freeze. Don't let up the my way of running. Oh my. I see. Remarkable. Here, freeze. Have a tornado. Right here. Have a tornado. Impressive. I see. Here, freeze. My attack. Remarkable. What? Oh no. What? Oh. Oh no. From this moment, my attack. Oh no. Huh? Here.
Ah, got me. You got me.
I see. Opening my deck. My turn.
Oh, that's safe.
The time has come. Have a tornado. Let's change things up. Oh no. Oh no. Huh? All you can do is just keep on attacking. Oh no. Oh no. I see. Oh no. Impact. Oh no.
Oh shoot, got me. Oh.
Crushed.
An easy 2 wins.
Are you done with your bargaining act already?
All right, let me try. Let me see who else I can play with. I don't know who. Let's see.
Please select your character.
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your alter ego, your persona.
Now let's get this started.
Now, let's do this fair and square.
Round 1. Fight.
Is it done? Is it done? Don't let up the
Seriously? Thought I could counter that. Oh, well.
Keep it up. 3 wins.
The hell is strength of...
You too good. Just play the story. Too good for me.
Please select your
Guess I'll play with Yukari.
All right, here goes.
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your alter ego, your persona.
You play a different stage instead of playing a Nick stage, yeah.
Round one.
Dang, look how much that took.
Round two. Fight!
Oh.
Aw, you lost.
They're unstoppable!
I won.
Yeah. All right, let me.
Please select your character.
Here goes.
Picture in your head your own appearance as well as your alter ego, your persona.
Very well.
All right, yeah, that's fine. The beating needs to stop. But I figured whoever played this game got to be good, like really good. They're playing online.
I won't lose.
Round one.
Oh, seriously? Oh. Oh, I got it. Barely. Okay. Oh, good stuff.
Final.
締めくくりにはやはり勝利が必要かと思いますこれで試合運びも有利になるでしょお気づきでしょうか大技を狙われております消耗に楽にしているのがラストのお相手も簡単には終わらせてくれませんね
Oh, I finally won a game. Yes, good games. I'm definitely gonna have to practice in this. And just to think I had to win it with the protagonist, had to win it with Narukami. That's funny.
Taking a slightly different path. I could have been you.
Oh man. All right. Ooh. That definitely took some effort. I'm gonna definitely have to learn. I'm kind of out of practice with fighting games, so. All right, y'all. We got a little bit more time. We're gonna do Agus's story. If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna turn my webcam off so y'all can see the whole screen. Appreciate it, Straws, a lot. I usually stream Wednesdays at 6:30, Saturdays at 8 in the Central Standard Time. I'm just trying to finish this game off and then do Persona 5. That's the plan. I just saw the news of Persona 4 because I just beat Persona 4 before playing this game. So definitely looking forward to the revival, hoping that the music especially gets the same treatment that Persona 3 Reload got. Because I mean, I was able to kind of listen to the original music from Persona 3 on here. And Reload, it just did a good job. It took what was good and made it sound better. So, yeah, but I appreciate the games. I definitely got a lot to learn. Definitely got a lot to learn. So, all right. So we're going to go ahead and do the cliffhanger. Let's see what happens here. Maybe the real culprit will show. Oh, let's see what happens. Okay. Labrys murmurs her name to herself. Her head hangs lifeless as she stares at her mechanical limbs. The shock slowly drains from her pale face, replaced with bitter comprehension. Across from us, the shadow glares at me with a piercing, menacing stare.
You can't be.
I am the same as you. 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Aegis, I am the model that came after you.
Are you here to seize her? I won't let you. Not when I'm almost free.
Shadow turns his double and cries out impatiently.
Or do you want to be caught and locked in a cramped little box again?
Her eyes wander in search of something to settle on and eventually fixate on Yosuke. But he is still in shock, unable to speak in the heat of the moment. The moment of silence is enough to shatter any hope of a peaceful resolution. Labra smiles lifelessly and hangs her head.
No, don't get me wrong. I was just a little surprised.
No, it's okay. That's how a normal person would react.
Her sad, weak voice makes my heart ache.
I won't let you take her back. I will gain my freedom, whatever it takes.
Suddenly, the shadow fires its arm out. A long chain trails from behind it, wrapping itself around Labrys many times over. Shadow begins to pull her in with his winch. Unable to struggle, Labrys is dragged over to her captor, who lifts her over its shoulder. Shadow then runs full speed out of the announcer room. It fled with such explosive velocity that it is hard to believe that it was carrying its own weight.
Wait!
I give chase. It is unfortunate that I cannot explain the situation to Yosuke-san, but I have no choice. I exit into the hallway and see the shadow make for the stairway leading upwards. This is the top floor, so it must be heading for the roof. I climb to the landing and take the stairway 2 steps at a time before throwing open the door. But what I find there is not what one would expect to see on the roof of a building. It is best described as a TV studio. The spotlights hanging from the scaffolding, the cameras here and there. Up until now, no matter how warped things got, they still look like a part of a school, but not here. What is this place? Just then, the door behind me slams open again, and a boy comes running out, breathing hard. It is Yosuke-san. I'm perplexed. Why did he chase after us? There's no one here who would warrant leaving his friend Rise-san's side. Suddenly, the area is shrouded in a menacing aura. The shadow appears. It is still carrying Labrys over his shoulder. Labrys shouldn't be unconscious, but she isn't showing any sign of resistance.
Persistent pests. Too bad for you. The Grand Prix is still on. Have fun wasting time fighting each other.
Hey, wait! Whoa.
As soon as Yosuke-san turns around to give chase, he runs up against something. I try stretching out my hand. Just as I thought, there's an invisible wall. Though it wasn't here when I climbed up the stairs, the only door back into the school is the one beyond the wall. In other words, we are trapped. Yosuke-san hangs his head in shame and looks at me awkwardly.
I guess this means we have to fight. Sorry, I feel like I got in your way.
I came here without thinking and fell right into the enemy's trap. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. But as I see it, it isn't Yosuke-san who should be
I am
apologizing.
also sorry for all this.
Huh?
We are the ones ultimately responsible for this incident. I am sorry to have dragged you all into it. If your friends are safe, I would suggest you evacuate at once. But in these circumstances, I must go after her.
There's no need for you to take the blame. I mean, I feel the same about wanting to go after her.
Why? I'm not sure this concerns you.
I promised I'd protect her. But I couldn't back her up when she needed me the most. So, I want to apologize and actually keep my promise this time. I feel like I can't leave her alone right now.
In his eyes, I can see a glimmer of determination.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but
I review the important parts for him. That personas and shadows are universal. That they have existed since ancient times, and that there are probably little known battles and pacts all over the world to harness their powers. That I have experienced in one such battle and was in fact created for that purpose. I am a weapon given a heart in order to use a persona. I explained that Labrys was a prototype long sailed away, one that was lost during a recent incident. Yosuke-san doesn't seem to swallow all of it, but he listens attentively nonetheless.
There are shadows outside the TV too? Who would have thought?
I was surprised as well to find out that a world like this was accessible through televisions.
Believe me, we were pretty shocked last year too.
Look straight into the boy's eyes without laughing at his attempt to lighten the mood. Only the winner can leave, so we must fight. There is no ignoring that cold fact. I suspect the shadow set this up to buy time. We don't have a moment to waste. I don't say anything, but Yosuke-san seems to get the picture.
Can you tell me something? What's going to happen to Labrys once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Yeah, I thought so. You did say that she was a weapon after all. Not really surprised you can't talk about it with outsiders.
Is that all? I must go get her back. If you cooperate with me, I am sure I can knock you out painlessly.
In response to my blunt suggestion, a wry smile appears on Yosuke-san's face. However, his eyes still have that gleam.
Sorry, but I can't back down.
Are you really going to fight me? Not to boast, but you would challenge a living weapon?
She said she wanted to be free. Hey, I made her a promise. I want to see it through. I guess you could say it's a guy pride thing?
He jokes about it, but there's resolve behind his words. He will not back down. What he is really saying is this. My feelings for Labrys are as strong as yours. I smile inwardly, though it does not show on my face.
I understand. I accept your challenge.
All right. Yep, thank you, Straws, a lot for the matches. I appreciate it. We'll say that.
Final. Fight!
Yosuke-san smiles sheepishly at me from the floor.
I had a feeling I didn't have a chance against a pro like you.
Appreciate the follow, Dewey.
Are you all right?
He waves his hand to show that he is fine. He should be exhausted. Perhaps the male pride prevents him from admitting it.
Looks like I'll be staying behind.
I will do what I can to not force anything on my sister that she does not want.
Can you tell her that I wanted to apologize to her too? Of course, I'll tell her myself once this is all over, but... Oh, and one more thing. Tell her we can have a party when this is all over.
Yosuke-san.
Oh, you're invited too, of course.
My heart is warmed. He's not just worried about Labrys' safety. He's worried about her heart. I nod vigorously.
Yes, I will make sure to tell her, though we are not capable of eating food. Will that be a problem?
Really? Nah, it's no problem at all.
Thank you.
I will save Labrys from this world, from her cell of solitude. There are people in the outside world who accept us as allies. Some of them consider us friends. I'm happy that hope is so close by.
Be careful. That shadow looked pretty strong.
I will. Please stay safe.
As he cheers me on from behind, I leave the roof. As soon as I re-enter the school, I can sense the shadow's presence without needing to scan for it. I follow the presence back to the announcing room. What could be waiting for me this time? I slowly open the door, wary of an attack. But the room is quiet. No ambush comes. I step inside. Both versions of Labrys are facing each other further in the room. I quickly step between the two, shielding Labrys from her shadow. But the shadow does not seem alarmed. It spins its axe idly.
You're late. I had a feeling you'd be the one to come. Was Yoshi-kun a tough opponent?
As it finishes the sentence, its axe stops. I brace myself in anticipation of an attack. But the shadow simply smiles brutally.
Just as you thought, the real party begins now.
Just as the words sink in, I hear a sound simultaneously. The heavy sound of air being sliced behind me. I lunge to the left solely on reflexes. Battle axe slams into the ground where I had been only milliseconds ago.
What? Sister!
Oh, so close.
Shock spreads across my face. Labrys takes a combat stance with her battle axe, her wet eyes focused on me. She has chosen to fight for the Unreal School.
Is this what you really want?
What else is there for me?
Labrys sounds resigned in her reply. I have no answer for her. My heart aches as if it was cut by a razor.
Finally come to this. Sister versus sister. Let the battle begin!
The shadow cheers at me with delight. I do not have the presence of mind to deliver a rejoinder. The battle about to play out is straight from the worst case scenario I had envisioned. The very person I had hoped to save. My sister. I must defeat her with my own hands. I'm trying to do the instant kill thing, but
Finally. Fight!
Here I come! Strike! No! Air strike! Fire! Severe imp! No! Severe imp! Blood damage! Severe imp! Air strike! Unblock! Go! Here I go! Here I go! Fire! Here I go! Here I go! Persona! Athena! Fight! Try this! Fight! Aerial mode!
Labrys loses her strength and falls to her knees.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
The hope she risked so much to gain has been shattered. She mutters piteously as she falls. She is not the only one who wants to collapse. I never imagined this would be so painful. Every time my attacks connected, I felt it as if I was tearing out a piece of my heart. This unwanted exchange of violence, ending in one of our destruction, leads to nothing but despair. Each time I felt that pain, the memories of Labrys I saw in a classroom, those vivid images made sense. the stereomechanical rooms that made up most of her visual memories. It must have been the facility where she was created. At that facility, Labrys was forced to endure the same pain she's feeling now. In order to gather combat data, she was forced to destroy her sister models, even though they had hearts. Not just once or twice, but over and over and over. It's too much for my mind to immediately comprehend. Agitation spreads through me like a fever. I clutch my chest.
I knew that you couldn't beat her.
Shadow, in contrast, is completely
But
nonchalant.
wow, you really didn't have any qualms about attacking her. Deep down, you must really want to make them suffer, don't you? You want them to go through what you had to. No! You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it was no use. Even another living weapon can't understand you. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me! Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free!
Shadow's eyes start to glow, full of life. It isn't just a change in his attitude, its power seems to actually be rising. Did something in his conversation with Labrys catalyze this change? Too late, it hits me. What did the Shadow want with Labrys? It was trying to buy time, which meant it needed something from her.
It's time for the true star to take the stage.
Its shout shakes the air. As if in response to the cry, the room begins to warp. The view beyond the window shimmers ominously.
Yes, the power!
A giant incinerator appears from the darkness. Countless chassis are falling in to be cruelly destroyed. Illuminated by the blood-red light of the flames, the Shadow reveals its true self. Seeing Labrys look-alike commanding a giant beast behind it brings to mind the summoning of a persona. I run over to Labrys and stand her listless body up.
I won't be needing that trash anymore.
Seems that the Shadow has accomplished his goal with Labrys. I was used, forced to fight my sister for this purpose. I clenched my teeth in my own slowness to comprehend.
Now, let's get started, shall we?
This isn't just for Labrys. This is the enemy, the fate of anyone not human.
It seems that I must take responsibility for this.
Finally! Fight!
Rise
The monster's form melts away as it disperses like fog. Only a silhouette similar to Labrys's remains. It falls to his knees, having no will to resist anymore.
I somehow pulled through.
I turn to face the real Labrys.
Are you all right?
She is conscious and seems to have no major damage. All that remains is to be tested
Please
as a
listen.
will.
I have a message for you. From Yosuke-san. He said that he is sorry for promising to help you and being unable to support you when you needed it most. Additionally, he said that he would be throwing a party later. You are invited, of course.
You're lying.
If that is what you think, you can ask him yourself later. Now please, stand up.
I lend her my shoulder and prop her up. She follows my lead, but her legs are still shaking.
How come this happened? I didn't want to hurt anyone or make them suffer.
I know. That was a shadow going berserk. Not everything it said reflects your true feelings. I had a similar experience, actually. My other self was on the verge of going berserk. It told me there was an innate contradiction in having a heart, but not being human, preventing me from truly protecting others.
Wasn't that tough to listen to?
Yes, of course.
Then how can you stand it? How are you still acting like everything's fine?
I'm fine right now, but I'm sure I will suffer that pain again someday. Very probably, as long as I am myself. It will never go away as long as I live.
It won't? Then what can I do but give up? What am I supposed to do?
We'll be all right, as long as we have friends.
Labrys opens her eyes
It
wide.
was when you were alone that you suffered most. I'm sure of it. If you do not give up on reaching out to others, you will surely find someone who understands. Or maybe...
As I say this, I can hear voices from outside. They are calling our names. The voices grow closer and closer, and eventually one of the doors fly open.
Hey, there you are! Thank goodness!
Are you two okay?
You seem to have the matter in hand.
Kanji-san and Rise-san arrive shortly after. Now that the shadow has been defeated, the invisible walls trapping them have disappeared. There are some faces new to me as well. As I recall from the video, there are Yu Narakami-san or Yukiko Amagi-san. There was also a costume that looked like a General Teddy. This must be the real Teddy that Chie-san mentioned. The resemblance is strong, but this one is so charming that it's hard to hate him. Everyone has considerate words for Labrys. My heart is filled with warmth. They could have ignored us outsiders and escaped, but they didn't. They were truly worried about us and came running. All of them. I address Labrys, who's looking back and forth between me and them with a perplexed look.
It might be more accurate to say that those who understand you are already here. Of course, I want to understand you as well. Please talk to me whenever you want. Tell me about your memories, even if you have to take them one at a time.
Labrys sinks in deep in thought and then looks at me again. I nod silently. She slowly starts walking and stops in front of the shadow, who stands quietly as a real one at the other end of the room.
Right. I was always alone, so I had no one to talk to, no matter how much it hurt, and I went and blamed that on them. I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. is my persona.
This reminds me of us from last year.
Yeah, it's the same thing. She's really no different from us.
Yosuke-san and the others smile to acknowledge one's weakness in front of others. They must have earned their personas through the same ordeal. I can see now why their bond is so strong. The tension in the air evaporates. Just as Labrys' expression softens, a familiar voice comes from behind.
Is that Labrys?
Everyone turns to look at the newcomer.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san, you're all right.
Of course we are.
I run toward them. Neither of them appear to be injured. I notice that they aren't surprised to see Yosuke and the others. They must already be aware of the situation. On the other hand, everyone else is surprised.
Who are these people and what the hell are they wearing?
Oh man, a dude storming across the battlefield in just a cape? I'm all about that.
I'd say you've got good taste.
Seriously?
Labrys grabs weakly at
Don't
my
worry.
arm. I smile and nod. She still bites her lip in anxiety, but she is no longer afraid of everything.
You're Labrys, correct?
Labrys simply nods in response to Mitsuru-san's question as she walks up. There is a moment of silence. Mitsuru-san's sigh of relief breaks it.
I'm glad you're safe.
Labrys smiles back awkwardly. The look on her face helps dispel the tension in Yosuke-san and his friends. Mitsuru-san notices this as well. I step forward alongside Mitsuru-san to introduce ourselves and show our appreciation. It seems they have never met a persona user who didn't awaken in the TV world. We spend some time discussing our respective circumstances. Teddy leads us back to the roof. They say that this was the place they used to enter and exit this world. Labrys, who still doesn't quite understand that she is in a TV, cocks her head in bewilderment. Yosuke-san and his friends gather around her and explain everything. She is shocked at first, but as she grows accustomed to the idea, she begins laughing. Relieved, I leave Labrys to them. I approach Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san. I relate to them all the information I have gathered on this case so far. I tell them that the tournament's host was Labrys' shadow, which has emerged from her, and that Labrys may have not been stolen, but she may have escaped on her own. She has the ability to manipulate people's senses. That would explain the signs of mental interference found on the hijackers. We were able to discover Inaba through our research. Perhaps she used the same methods. It would have taken time, but she was sealed away for over 10 years. Although she was caged, it is not clear whether she was conscious or not during that period. She had more than enough time. Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san show no surprise, but they do let out a long sigh. In contrast to Mitsuru-san, who is lost in thought, Akihiko-san goes to get an answer straight from the source. Labrys startles when he taps her shoulder.
So when did you actually awaken?
Akihiko-san's question is blunt, but Labrys handles it calmly, knowing that it is the natural thing to ask.
You know, I can't remember.
She is being honest. She had used her ability on herself. Not even she knew what she really was, but Akihiko-san seems skeptical. Having no memory of it also means that she is unable to deny it.
Please, Mitsuru-san, can you be lenient with her?
Mitsuru-san folds her arms and thinks. I know she is in a difficult position. Though Labrys may have a heart, it does not make her human. She is a weapon with dangerous capabilities. Mitsuru-san cannot decide based on her personality alone what measures to take. especially now that we are affiliated with the police. We have to set an example.
Yeah, would you, please?
Yosuke-kun.
I know I'm asking without knowing the whole story here, but please don't lock her up again.
Even his friends seem surprised by his outbursts. But soon enough, they're all giving Mitsuru-san the same pleading look. Mitsuru-san winces before giving a wry smile.
Well, I hadn't intended to seal her away again to begin with.
Mitsuru-san.
Seriously? Did you hear that?
It should be a walk in the park compared to the challenge of sending Aigis to school.
She has no intention of locking her away. The smile on Mitsuru-san's face confirms that much.
Thank you so much.
How about if we go outside? This isn't really the place to stand around and chat.
Yeah. Well, it was a hell of a way to start off a holiday, but at least it's over. And why'd that shadow have to pick our school and us of all people?
Mitsuru-san and Akiko-san freeze.
You know, that is odd now that you mention it. I was told this place takes its shape from a person's memories. Why would it become this high school?
I had picked up on that incongruity as well. Putting aside that Inaba was chosen as the escape destination, why was a specific school so carefully recreated? I also have my doubts about Labrys's power. Strictly speaking, it doesn't rob one's sanity. What her power really does is cloud one's senses with illusions. I'm not sure that would have been enough to control those hijackers so completely.
Hey, Labrys.
Akiko-san calls out to Labrys again. Instant he puts his hand on her shoulder, she twitches.
Hey, what's the matter?
Labrys abruptly leaps backwards. Everyone is baffled to see her white body flying over their heads.
She's...
Stay back, everyone!
Akiko-san is the first to realize the danger and yells a warning to the others.
Sister?
Labrys stands there motionlessly. Slowly, her right hand reaches for the battle axe on her back. Tension fills the air.
No! Why?
The blade of the axe is pointed towards me. I do not comprehend what's going on. As I stand there confused, Labrys lowers her stance, readying herself for battle. I open my mouth to try to persuade her, but I can't. There is no time. Labrys now has the use of her persona. She will be stronger than before. If I don't focus on counterattacking, I'll lose. I clench my jaw and hold in the despair that threatens to overwhelm me. I must concentrate on the problem at hand.
Final. Fight!
Fire! Severe blood damage! Now! Persona, rise up! Rise up! Fire! Rise up! Rise up! Fire! This heavy damage!
See your command list.
Blood damage! Starting! Heavy damage! Blood damage! I failed! Final sequence!
So it was three downs for Agus. Okay.
Labrys falls to the ground with a thud. Try to run to her, But I stop when I hear an unearthly voice.
You succeeded in repulsing it yet again. Very unexpected.
Everyone takes a defensive stance and looks around.
What is this? I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
It's certainly an ominous presence. That voice.
Is that my voice?
Yes, it is. Before I can react, an unnatural-looking shadow, a clump of darkness thick as a pool of blood, forms next to Labrys. Our true enemy rises up from the sludge. It is a sight I will never forget.
No. Agisan's shadow? To think you'd fight back this fiercely. No wonder you once drove back a god. Yes, I want them even more now.
Want them? What does that mean?
Yosuke-san lashes out at the enemy, but it ignores him and continues talking.
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment.
Entertainment?
Instead of answering, it raises his right hand over Labrys.
Stand, my puppet.
Labrys stands up as if being pulled by strings.
Is it controlling her?
Sister!
She doesn't answer. Her face is a blank stare, and her shoulders hang unnaturally. She's every inch its puppet. Confused, I look again at the enemy. Is that my shadow? It looks like me, but its voice, its powers, they are all so different from mine. But before I can come to a conclusion, the enemy uses Labrys to make its next move.
This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
The battle axe in hand, Labrys dashes forward without warning. Her attack is much more forceful than in the last battle. Even with all my strength, I am pushed back.
Oh crap! If this keeps up...
Let's do this! Takemika!
Wait! Don't interfere!
But...
Please!
I clench my teeth. Labrys is under that thing's control and ignoring her own limits. And she is already damaged and exhausted from the previous battle. If we all attack, we might be able to contain her, but she could be destroyed in the process.
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
Relinquish?
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome, opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
You bastard! Who are you?
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell or the lot of you?
Labrys flies through the air again and unleashes a full force attack. I am forced to one knee. If she attacks again, but just when I am sure it's over, something happens.
Sorry, but this show is over.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mitsuru-san stand straight up. Suddenly, the menacing aura surrounding Labrys is dispelled like magic.
What?
For the first time, the enemy seems shocked. Freed from the spell, Labrys falls to the ground.
Sister!
I run to her and cradle her in my arms. What was that? Mitsuru-san smiles defiantly and glances up to the sky.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
An answering voice echoes in my head. The soft but extremely reassuring voice.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi-san. She is a fellow ally who helped us overcome the challenges we faced in the past. I cannot help but smile with surprise and joy.
So you had a third assistant.
Ooh, what a soothing voice! My teddy senses are telling me that this is a real cutie pie!
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the?
Rise-san opens her eyes and looks up.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
Even before I can ask, Fuka-san tells me what I want to know.
I guess the enemy is just mimicking your appearance. It's not actually a part of you.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
Tsuru-san stares at the enemy in shock. You hear Fuka-san's words as she is speaking, but technically there's no sound. She transmits her voice directly into people's minds. Other people should hear nothing. Yet the enemy is responding to her. I raise my guard in spite of myself. But there is no fear in me. My doubts about the enemy, my hesitation are gone. My heart starts to burn. What is this? I've never felt this heated emotion running through my body before.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
So this must be the real Puppet Master.
Then, that voice who tried to dissuade me back in that classroom.
You're quite slow for a machine. Can't you tell by looking at me who that was?
So that wasn't something my heart saw, but just a malicious whisper? The fire in my heart is stoked higher, and I make a fist without realizing it. I thought this entire incident was just an unfortunate event caused by my sister's suffering. But her pain was all orchestrated by someone. This isn't her tragedy. Someone saw to it that this would happen. And not just the Labrys. Whoever did this tried to manipulate the pain in my heart too by posing as my shadow. And to top it off, the culprit posed as everyone here to make them distrust each other, reopening old wounds. This was all an evil plan. I am not human, but because of that, I hold the hearts and minds of others to be sacred. They saved me. They keep me going now. And yet, it tested those bonds and used our angers for its own purpose. Our hearts were nothing but tools to it. Tools to hurt others. I see. I get it now. This roiling, violent surge of emotion. This shaking, burning, erupting sensation. I realize that this is a type of emotion which can be best described as a single word. This is fury.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right?
You've gone too far.
I'm trying to wonder whether or not I should do the last story, y'all. It's already 10:25 and I gotta go to work.
Finally.
Advantage! Persona, rise up! Heavy damage! Fire! Right low! Fire! Go!
22 for Agus? Ain't even longer than everybody else. This thing shaped like me falls to the ground on its knees, but it gets right back up with an awkward jerky motion and lets out an insane laugh. The smile on his face, contrasted with his damaged limbs, have the eeriness of a clown.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Those are the words of a sore loser.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance. But sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
That foolish human, an odd choice of words. It would seem to imply that not only is it not human, but also that it is working with a human to carry out its crimes.
I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
It let out a raucous laugh in my face. After that, it slowly fades away, disappearing into the air.
Yamagishi!
Tsuru-san quickly calls out. However,
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Akihiko-san lets out a heavy sigh.
Sheesh. It even had to exit on a lame, evil laugh.
Another guise, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
Should we put up some talismans? I've got a lot left over from when we were putting them up in our inn.
Well, even if it shows up again, it'll get double the pain we gave it this time.
Who could it be, though? How did it know about our personas?
That aside, it sure had a sneaky way of doing things. This is twice I've been kidnapped into the TV world, you know. Twice!
Their irritation is obvious, and it's only natural. They were toyed with too, and they do not take Labra's treatment well. But I cannot encourage them to settle the score. Akihiko-san apparently thinks the same thing.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But...
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. You look beat.
Yu-san, aware of their situation, speaks out. Perhaps he senses our dilemma.
I'm sorry, everyone.
He nods and looks at Yosuke-san, who reluctantly gives up. Their ability to communicate through eye contact only proves the strength of their bond.
Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation. And what's this about a trip? You really gave us a scare disappearing like that. And this isn't the first time either.
It's not my fault. Or should I actually sponsor the next Miss Inaba?
Don't even think about it.
Chie-san's fist is still shaking with anger after impacting Teddy at full strength. There are times when you should give it your all because it's your friend. Ah, how beautiful friendship is. I comprehend. After everyone calms down, we finally move on to the main subject. We all gathered on this roof in order to leave this world. After getting everyone's attention, Teddy makes a few narcissistic remarks and clicks his heels. Then, like a magic trick at a party, some old TVs appear in a puff of smoke.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision. You can get out from here.
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh, are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through.
You're even worse than before, you know that?
Chie-san and Yosuke-san jump in without hesitation, showing how used to it they are. Seeing that, Akihiko-san and Mitsuru-san shrug and follow suit.
Labra stares as everyone gets sucked into the TV one by one. But she doesn't look scared. Her eyes are actually bright as she glances this way. I can't help but smile at that. She doesn't need my permission to do anything. I tell her to go ahead as she dives in head first with a giant grin. Although, just as I thought, her wings don't fit and she gets caught on the screen. I burst into laughter to see her legs sticking out of the TV, kicking wildly. I take off the unit on her back and she instantly gets sucked into the TV. Wonder if she landed safely. As the last one left, I turn around and take a final look. Doesn't feel like it, but it's only been a few hours since we entered the TV. And only 3 days since the hijacking. It was a horrible nightmare, but at the same time, I met some good people. But most importantly, it isn't over. The true test may still be to come. May be still to come. I push my toes in and slip into the TV. Everyone made it back out safely. When we return to the real world, I am surprised to find myself in Juness, a large department store. I have never seen Mitsuru-san so flustered. Even she could not have expected to emerge in the most crowded place in town, and from a display TV at that. But to make it back to the limousine, we have no choice but to walk through the store. Tsuru-san in her skin-tight suit. Akihiko-san mostly naked except for his cape. Me with my mechanical parts exposed, and Labras with her ex, or her wings, I suppose. Not to mention Teddy. Rise-san and Naoto-san are both public figures. One is an idol and the other is a detective. We make quite an outlandish procession. Considering the nature of our operations, I hope to avoid having my picture taken with phone cameras. However, as we walk along, I soon find that my fear of cameras is baseless. In fact, it's not cameras we need to worry about at all. It is the police. I find myself anxious in this completely unexpected situation. An arrest would mean disgrace as an unofficial unit. And I'm sure Yosuke-san and the others would like to avoid the inside of Juvenile Hall. Everyone hastily agrees with each other and takes off at full speed. I can hear Yosuke-san and Chie-san loudly complaining about the unfairness of the world. Tsuru-san and Akihiko-san exchange fearless smiles, though cold sweat is streaming down both their faces. Teddy and Labra seems like they're having fun. I don't think they understand the situation. Yu-san and Yukiko-san run without a word, like determined athletes. Kanji-san tries to turn and fight every so often, with Naoto-san having to stop him each time. Rise-san switches on her cell phone to find an alarming number of missed calls, which seem to be the bigger problem for her. In the end, our parting with the Yasakami High students concludes with a brief goodbye as we all scatter like birds. That night, we decide to stay the night at Inaba for a quick health checkup and a review of the case. After finishing the necessary steps, we decide to take an early rest. The true culprit is still out there, and Labras needs to get to a lab for proper maintenance. After 10 years of stasis, she was suddenly forced to a series of stressful battles. It would not be surprising if some of her parts are now malfunctioning. Considering the morning traffic, we should leave early in the day. Or so I suggest, but Labras has other ideas. May 4th, the next day. Our car is parked near an intersection away from the main road. We are here to say goodbye to everyone. Labras wanted it this way. I'm happy that she switches to see people again of her own will. On the side of the street, all the people who met yesterday are gathered to see Labrys one last time. They wished to say goodbye to her, but they had not expected us to
I
contact
asked if
them.
I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
What do you do next? Are you going back to that lab?
No, I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
All right, then I guess the party's on hold until after everything's really over. But hey, you should come see us again anyway. Promise me, okay?
You got it.
Labrys shakes hands with each of them. Even after we leave, Labrys keeps waving through the window, rear window, waving and waving and waving. Waving and waving and even past the point where the human eye can no longer see her, she's still waving. After she has waved to her heart's content, she turns to see Fuka-san and I looking at her and blushes. Fuka-san giggles.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
Indeed. Things are going to heat up from now on. I must get back and reallocate my staff.
You're including me in there, right? Every opponent I made a mistake against on my journey, I made sure to go back and get a rematch. This'll be no different.
It should spur discussion amongst the staff again about working Yamagishi into our unit.
Huh? I'm still not sure about joining any special unit.
Flustered, Fuka-san saw us wringing her hand. Glancing at the seat next to me, I noticed Labrys looking at the sky through her window.
I didn't know the sky was so blue.
There's a deep wistfulness in her voice.
Back at the lab, they only let me out at night. But this, I feel like I've seen it once before. That same bright blue sky.
Once before, I recall the memory relating to those words amongst the countless memories of Labrys awakened within me. Yep, right there. The sea. The cerulean sky and lingering clouds, the emerald blue water. In my mind, I placed Labrys at the scene. A white figure gazing from the edge of the pier. I know this scenery. For an instant, it feels that I do. Like a knot slowly undoing itself, the lid to a box inside me opens, and something hot fills my chest. What had only been an image becomes a memory. Soon after I understand everything. I know when Labrys saw this scene. I know what she thought when she saw it. What she wished for.
I see now.
Noticing my murmur, Labrys looks at me in wonder.
The scenery from your memory was the pier outside of the Yakushima laboratory.
Suddenly, Labrys' eyes opened in
The
surprise.
date was the final day before you were sealed. You made a heartfelt wish there. You hoped that your successor would make the same wish to see someone precious to them. And that meeting would take place at the pier. You dreamed that your successor would be able to go beyond that pier, to places you would never be able to see for yourself. And that even if your memories were deleted, your feelings would be passed on to the next generation.
Labrys' ruby eyes began to quiver. My words have unearthed her buried memory.
Yeah, that's right.
It was at that very place where I met the friends I have now. When I was searching for someone, I found myself naturally drawn there for some reason.
My memories return to a certain encounter. That day, on that very same pier, I met him. My dear friend.
I think it was because of your wish.
My wish? You mean the thing I wished for that day actually came true?
Indeed. It stayed alive for 10 years. Thank you, Labrys. It's because of you that I found happiness.
Huh. I didn't know that. My desires. All the feelings I got from the others. They didn't go to waste.
Tears streamed down Labrys' cheeks. I stretch out a finger to wipe them off, but it is already wet from a drop on my own cheek.
Mitsuru-san and Fuka-san smile at us gently. Fuka-san seems a bit teary-eyed herself.
I gotta thank you, too. You made me remember something important.
After wiping her tears, Labrys looks at me, her eyes clear and determined.
There's someone I have to find. I need to meet her so I can tell her something.
I'm about to extend my hand to shake hers, but it now seems too distant a gesture for us sisters. Instead, pull her towards me and look at her face to face.
I'm sure you will. You're not alone anymore. We can search for her together.
Yeah. Thanks.
As the sun shines down, she gives me the biggest smile I've seen on her yet. All right, y'all. Should I do Elizabeth? Do I have time? It's 10:42. I gotta be at work for 7, and I'm gonna have to wake up at like 5:30. I mean, I'm gonna have to be out the house for 5:45 because it's a long commute. You know what? Why not? So Saturday, I'm gonna go ahead and finish the episode P4, or at least try to. Let's see what Elizabeth does. Within the endless darkness are scattered countless bright lights like a nebula. But those lights are not stars. Each one is the light of life, the gleam of man's souls. This is the world inside people's hearts. A place where every human's consciousness is connected and can be traced to their origin. Every memory since the dawn of man, even those on the ladder of its evolution, slumbers here. Some think of this place as a sea, and they may be correct. Depending on how deep you go, you may see this world's endless landscapes and innumerable faces. Where I stand now is one of its furthest steps, a domain that has existed far before life became sentient or even took form. Here, there is only the darkness of death and the radiance of life. I come here at times for a very important objective. Suddenly a patch of darkness surges and undulates. The pitch-black substance swells with a tar-like consistency and quickly takes the shape of a giant arm.
My, it's rather stout compared to before.
Just as good and evil are products of man's heart, there is a negative force here in the sea of souls that tempts man to corruption and destruction. This right here is the last boss of Persona 3. It's like this amalgamation of ill will for people to pretty much let their life end because of like the difficulties of life, and we'll leave it at that. Though one person's malice may amount to little, there are billions of people in the world. It is actually common for monsters capable of destroying mankind to develop without anyone realizing. This is one of them. Though it was only an arm at first, it quickly develops into an enormous human-shaped torso. Even in this space where up and down are fluid, its resentment-filled roar causes the air to shake. Monster raises an enormous arm towards the heavens. Its destructive power could tear down mountains. But it suddenly stops. Something is blocking its movement. I am, to be precise. You might think I am nowhere on the scene. In truth, even the monster may be thinking that. But I'd like to direct your attention to the fingertips at the end of this giant arm. Closer. Even closer than that. Keep going closer all the way to the index finger.
There. Do you see me now? Have I forgotten to introduce myself? My name is Elizabeth.
I fix my gaze upon the two lights that seems to be the monster's eyes, but it twists away, trying to resist.
Do you wish to behold death that much?
I grab the monster's index finger, and in one motion, I flip its immense body and throw it into the air. The monster cries out in agony, and the area quakes again.
Oh dear. It seems it won't be easy for one of this size. I cannot damage the world of everyone's hearts, and I hesitate to make a scene in the real world either. Time for a change of scenery.
I opened the elegant grimoire in my hand. A large blue magic circle forms behind the throne monster, swallowing the gargantuan figure. I follow it in. Continual turbulent streams of light and darkness flow past the monster and myself. Eventually, I speak up.
We will soon reach our destination.
Another magic circle appears in an altogether different kind of black void than the one we came from. The monster is spat out there, and when it collides with the surface, a tremendous cloud of dust rises. I emerge from the magic circle second, rise into the air. On the horizon beyond the monster, I can see a deep blue spear. Yes, this is the moon.
Now, I had promised to show you death. Your fate is in the cards.
Figure appears behind me, bearing several coffins.
The god of death, Thanatos. What do you think?
The light of the stars shines off his drawn sword and gleams bewitchingly.
Was it to your liking? Well then, farewell.
It flings the sword down at the monster's head. Against his fearsome size, the sword is barely larger than a needle. But the sword's merciless sharpness pierces far beyond the blade's length. The monster's body slices apart like wet paper. With a final death cry, the monster slowly dissolves and evaporates as black mist. A deafening silence returns to the area. To break the quiet, a tune plays on my lips.
Velvet, oh velvet.
I create another magic circle in the air and step through it. I shouldn't remain long in this world without any real objective. This is not the world I belong in after all.
My master has a large nose.
I was once a resident of the Velvet Room and served as master. The dark blue clothing I still wear is from that time. All the residents have their roles, but they're also on a journey. We help our guests grow as people, and through the help we offer, we come to understand the ultimate question. It's the fundamental question of who are we?
Thinking back on it, I spent so many days like that for such a long time. I had thought that it would be impossible to change.
But 2 years ago, I finally reached my answer. One's identity cannot be sought out, but it must be forged for oneself. It is something you build little by little. People call the freedom to do so potential, and by mastering it, people develop their unique identities. That is the understanding I came to. So it seemed to me I should believe in my own potential and wander in pursuit of my desire. It wasn't a hard conclusion to come to. That is why I abandoned my assigned role and departed on my long journey. I have set an objective for myself. To defeat the monster I fought a moment ago once and for all. I vanquished it then, but that is only temporary.
You'll surely resurrect within the year again, and I'll go through today once more.
That monster was born from the twisted wishes arising from the lack of substance in people's lives. It slowly stagnates and seeps out. If this is life, then bring on death. Desires like that are what give it power. And that giant black arm tries to free death from its prison. It can never be left to act on its aims. But as long as people continue to wish as they do, the foul feelings will congeal and it will revive endlessly. To truly defeat the monster will be to change the very souls of the people. That cannot be done no matter how much one improves their skill in battle. I do not currently know how this goal can be attained. It may be that no one in this world knows yet. Some new and unknown miraculous power will most likely be required. That is why I wish to travel as far and wide as I can to broaden my horizons. Since I have only interacted with the guests of the room, I'm sure the scope of my knowledge is far inferior to a single human's. But there are infinite places for me to explore. I'll travel to each one and satisfy my natural curiosity.
Now, that's why I have come here. A double check on the danger scale situation that I just recently discovered.
Place my hands on my hips and what I believe to be standing firm. Before me is what seems to be a replica of the building in the real world.
Since multiple Persona users gathering, it's once in a blue moon that one discovers a place like this. I'm sure I can learn some interesting things here, or something along those lines. In any case, I, Elizabeth, can scarcely keep myself from getting involved.
For someone with a physical form to step into the realm of the mind would be for them to enter an even more abstract place than the Velvet Room. Normally, it would be impossible, and even if it were, it would be very dangerous without a firm will. For it to occur at all is intriguing enough, but on top of that, these people are mainly Persona users, and not just one or two. There's no denying that something truly extraordinary is happening here. Broaden horizons aside, I can't resist in taking a closer look. When I get closer, I see a nameplate reading Yasakami High School at what seems to be the main gate.
This building, is it a school?
The school building before me looks aged, and I narrow my eyes.
It seems somewhat old-fashioned compared to the school I have experience with, but it has its charms as well. This is what they call animalist aesthetic. Animalist? Bestial? Anyway, something along those lines.
There are bizarre decorations as far as the eye can see inside the building. Was this school always thus adorned?
These decorations. Could this be the fabled school festival I've heard tell of? A festival is where one toys with the lives of goldfish in a scandalous game. One can also enjoy a combat simulation with close-range shooting tests using sniper rifle fire into the interior of stalls. Ooh, I'm starting to get excited.
Looking up, I spy a large sign done in vibrant colors.
One Grand Prix. Could this be a fighting tournament? This isn't why the Persona users are gathering, is it?
No sooner do my suspicions rise, I sense the first presence within the school and turn towards it. Come, challenger! I wave my arms about in anticipation. But something seems a bit odd.
That lady over there. She not a Persona user? Regardless of that, I sense something out of the ordinary.
When I close my eyes, I can tell that while she may appear to be a human girl, something about her is amiss. I sense an unnatural disconnect from her memories and consciousness not seen in most people.
Is she truly human?
Now that I'm here, I can sense powerful combatants gathering one by one. If such power were to be used to its fullest in clashes of skill, the result could be life-threatening. This place is not meant for such a girl. If she were to be drawn into this, then in the worst-case scenario...
Were I still my old self when I only lived to play out my role, I would leave her be, but I am different now.
I make my way towards the girl. As I approach her, I begin to hear voices. It seems that she is calling herself a student council president. I stride down to the end of the hallway where she is walking directly into her view. The girl gives me a slightly questioning look, but no more. She comes towards me guilelessly.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school?
Up close, I can tell at once. There's no doubt that this girl is not human. Yet she seems to be under that impression. The original residents of this place seem to believe that she is as well. But of course, that is impossible. The disconnect I sensed earlier must be related.
Could someone have tampered with her memories and psyche?
No matter how unusual our circumstances, such extreme gaps in awareness is no mere figments of the imagination. It's possible, but normally those with a distorted view of reality have equally distorted emotions, and I do not sense that in her. Her emotions are in balance, only her memories and awareness fall short, like a chord de ballet falling behind a soloist. Fix my gaze upon the girl before me once again. She did not come here of her own will, then the events here may be more sinister than I imagined.
Are you sure this is how things should be? Huh? What are you talking about? I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice. But, this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas. If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future. My life? What you choose is up to you. But I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I came to you, so I could give you one last chance.
She has most likely forgotten who she is. I sense something shining, slumbering deep in her heart. It's the glow of a bond. No one who has been a resident of the Velvet Room could mistake it for anything else. Before she forgot herself, she must have had strong feelings about someone or had made a promise to them. But I'll leave it to her to remember what it was. I hold out the Persona Compendium as if handing it to the girl and open its pages. Light streams out from it and washes over her. The light dispels the girl's false image, the illusion that made her seem human, though she is not.
Huh? What is this?
Her true form is revealed as a gleaming mechanical body. Her arms look as if steel plates are covering them. The girl frantically pulls at them to try to tear them off.
It won't come off! What gives? My, what a robotically cool body. It is apparently meant for battle. Hey, you! What did you do to me? Nothing in particular. Well, considering that you are meant for battle, I shall briefly be your opponent. During that time, why not think back about who you are? Huh? My opponent?
Most likely, I will not get through to her with words alone. Only by being forced into confrontation will she finally be able to understand. She already knows how to use the steel limbs, which she supposedly never before seen.
Away we go.
All right, y'all, play with Elizabeth now. I mean,
Final. Fight!
You're frozen now. Oh no. I will shock you. Oh no. My turn. Here is some freezing. I will shock you. Don't count me out. Here is some electricity. Please be careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. Huh? My turn. I will shock you. Here is some electricity. My turn. Here is some electricity. I will shock you. Have a tornado. Take this! Impressive. No! Good. Entering fever mode. My attack. Here is some freezing. My turn. Oh no. Oh no. Have a tornado. Here is some electricity.
I tried to do her move, but it wouldn't let me. I thought it was a counter. girl collapses powerlessly. I used a soft touch during the battle. She should have sustained no injuries. Probably. Still, the girl does not stand back up. Apparently, due to the mental rather than physical stress, her own arms and legs had turned metallic. Yet, in the heat of battle, she was able to use those foreign appendages with ease. She truly thought herself to be human. That would have come as quite a shock.
That should be enough. I'm sure you realize now that you are not human. There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought.
An important promise. My reason for living?
Her potential will become unlocked through self-reflection. That was how it happened for me as well.
Now, it seems the tumult of trials is about to begin, in which case, I bid you good luck.
I close the compendium in my hand, and the warm pages rustle as they meet. By the time it shuts, I'm already far away from the girl. In my absence, the illusion is again in place, giving her the appearance of a human once more. She may consider what happened to be a daydream, and that is quite all right. My intention was to give her an opportunity to awaken to the truth. What she eventually decides is up to her. But that aside, there's something else on my mind. The girl I fought looked human but wasn't. It is rare for even one such as I with an unimaginably long lifespan to meet someone like her. Yet, she is the second such person I have known. The other was also a guest of mine once. She too resembled a human girl. I can sense her powers somewhere here as well. Most likely, she is here for reasons having to do with the girl I met.
What an intriguing event. More so than I had first imagined.
Though I came here on a mere whim, this trip may be unexpected fruit. Perhaps I'll discover something important. My interest piqued even more now. I decide to go further in. When I do, the bustle of voices reaches my ear. Is that a cheer? One of the monitors nearby turns on after the cheer dies down, showing a girl in a school uniform.
Ladies and gentlemen, is everyone ready? It's time to get our program started. I, Reset, will be your commentator. Please hold your applause. Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. Well, with things starting to heat up now, the General has a few words for you. The mic's all yours, sir.
Next, the person who seems to be the host takes the girl's place. Actually, person may be incorrect. That intriguing fluffiness and tantalizing round body.
Ahem! Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix! Presenting the manliest of all men!
This is more of a to-do than I thought.
Keep watching as the video with some upbeat music plays.
Is this an introduction to the contestants?
Number of girls and boys are introduced at a steady pace. I haven't seen any of their faces before. They all appear to be persona users. Each one of them is tagged with a mocking epithet.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, the sister complex kingpin. Are these signs of their willingness to cast aside their pride in pursuit of victory? I wonder if they're not casting aside a little too much. This is a rather novel idea.
There's no denying that those with power are gathering here for the tournament. The video comes to a close. Since I came here on my own whim, I'm obviously not featured in it. How unfortunate. Catch myself pouting my lips.
Should I officially enter this as well? Oh, but if the manliest of all men are the ones called forth, I cannot participate. Then again, I distinctly spotted a woman or two in the introductory video. Then I shan't concern myself with such trifling details. I shall soldier on.
The next time the host appears on a monitor, I will make my entreaty. If he turns me down, I shall resort to force. Very good. My mind made up, I began walking through the school. Battles, battles. Oh, where might I find a battle? I look into a window nearby. Aha!
Oh my! The host himself is before my eyes.
Before I realize it, I'm already in motion.
Pardon my dynamic entrance.
Someone's here!
Looking around, I see a piano and portraits of famous composers lining the walls. I see. This must be what they call a music room.
Please forgive me for startling you.
Ooh! Who are you, miss?
I am Elizabeth, a mere elevator attendant, albeit one who is currently utterly neglecting her duties.
An elevator attendant? I don't believe it! I'm having culture shock! I wish Junessa's elevators had such beautiful attendants, too!
Excuse me, but may I ask your name?
Teddy! Doi!
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating that in human language?
I was saying it normally. Teddy is my name, and I'm a proud bear!
I see. Teddy Bear. You have a rather creative flair to your appearance.
I wish you'd say cute instead. Though hearing a pretty lady like you say so makes my heart skip a beat.
Watching him, I could not restrain my curiosity any longer, and pride itself fell with abandon.
Huh? What are you doing?
This seems to lack ventilation. How does he breathe in there? Oh, there's a zipper.
Stop! I'm ticklish. Oh no! No opening! You're embarrassing me!
Oh, please forgive me. Curiosity almost killed the bear.
Huh? What were you planning on doing to me? You're even a tougher customer than the kids at the food court, miss.
When I step away, Teddy Bear lightly smooths over his fur and tries to regain his composure.
Oh, I had forgotten what I originally meant to ask because of your fine coat of hair. Teddy Bear, though I am a woman, I wish to partake in this Grand Prix.
Huh? I can't help you with that.
Oh, but are you not the host shown in the introduction video?
It's all a huge misunderstanding. That guy's an imposter. Won't you hear me out?
Seems he is faced with some kind of dilemma. I decide to lend an ear to Teddy Bear. He animatedly describes his circumstances, but his arms and legs are too short to illustrate his point. His mannerisms are so peculiar, the understanding is an uphill battle, but in the end, I grasp the basics.
I see. So you realized that something was amiss and came wandering in here yourself to investigate. But you fell into the imposter's trap and couldn't do a thing until a moment ago. You have my deepest sympathies.
Do I really? Anyways, everyone else is on the contestant list while I get the cold shoulder.
Is that so? Then, since we are both outcasts, let us participate of our own accord.
Our own?
May I request a match from you?
That makes no sense at all. What do you mean? Ooh, maybe a hot and heavy struggle with all kinds of clinches and holds?
A one-on-one battle to the extreme.
That makes no sense. Wait a second. You look a lot stronger than me, miss.
Oh, don't be so modest.
No, I'm really not.
I'm very sorry, but the deadline for submitting a forfeit notice has expired.
You're not sorry at all. There are things I can't do, you know. Oh, but on the other hand, if I can try scoring with you later, I might rethink this.
Scoring? I do not understand the term, but if that is your stipulation, why, I accept.
Ooh, you accept? Woohoo! I'm ready to go whenever you are.
That is, if you're still alive afterward. Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
I take my fighting stance. Settling matters through a show of force is simple, straightforward, and so beautiful. Teddy say he want to score. He funny.
Final. Fight!
Have a tornado. My attack. You're frozen now. Here is some electricity. Ha. Here is some electricity. You're frozen now. Here is some electricity. Have a tornado. Oh my. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. I will shock you. Please be quiet. Here is some electricity. I will shock you. Please be quiet. My attack. Here is some freezing. See or see.
Yeah, Elizabeth seemed like she'd be cheap. I had to learn how to play with her.
To dating is steep. Ugh.
With an exaggerated groan, Teddy Bear collapses. Or rolls down to be more precise.
Teddy Bear, you truly are an intriguing creature.
Hearing this, Teddy Bear springs to his feet.
Are you interested in me?
Though you aren't human, you fight against your fate and wish to be with humans. I have witnessed one other case who bore such a fate in the past.
Huh?
You made a choice and decided how you wish to live. That is marvelous, Teddy Bear.
Marvelous? Me? Does that mean you're still okay with me trying to score with you?
That is not what it means.
Loses balance for some unknown reason. Falls over.
No! The way you shoot down my attempts reminds me of Yuki-chan.
Yuki-chan, is this an acquaintance of yours?
Yuki-chan is a very precious friend of mine.
You have friends.
Actually, everyone who is in that video are my friends. But I can't forgive them for having all the fun. I'll make them buy me a tasty treat for this.
I see. May I ask you something? Who would you consider the strongest among your friends?
Well, Sensei, of course. He's the manliest of all men.
Sensei. If I recall correctly, that is the name of a governing class within a school, wielding the power of life and death over its students. Yes, that does indeed sound like the name of a strong warrior.
Sensei's our leader.
He sounds strong, but he seems to be unconnected to the former guest I'm searching for. But as Teddy Bear speaks of his friend called Sensei, he wears a beaming expression. They must be connected with a truly strong bond. Inwardly, I am surprised. Though he is adorable, Teddy Bear most likely used to be something similar to a shadow. I'm very curious about anyone who can form a bond with such a being. Thinking about it that way makes me interested in him as well.
Oh, that was quite helpful. Thank you.
Once the tournament's over, you should come hang out at Junes sometime.
Junes?
It's a place where Don Yosuke and I work. It's huge. You can eat food there, and they have candy, toys, and sexy bikinis too.
What a paradise on Earth. It seems there is still much I do not know about in your world. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going now.
Be careful!
I bow politely. Teddy Bear waves back with a big smile. Now, though I decided to participate on my own, how should I proceed from here? I don't have a good understanding of this building's layout after all. I tried going in and out of the building to test various paths, but I don't get anywhere.
It may have come to this.
I rear back my head and inhale as deeply as I can. And then...
Bring out the next opponent! No one heeded my call. I suppose repeating that line isn't enough.
My shoulders sag slightly and I concentrate on the area nearby. I sense an unexpected presence.
Ha! There is someone closer by than I had expected. What a reunion this will be. I'm starting to feel tingly.
There is no need for me to keep searching for an opponent, since one is already nearby. I trace the presence and proceed down the hallway. When I reach what appears to be an entryway, I can hear what sounds like voices quarreling.
One of the voices is Teddy Bear, or rather that sham host, General Teddy.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! What a fight! No wonder you're an anti-shadow weapon.
I take no joy at all from your praise.
As I move forward, I find myself breaking into a run. Soon afterward, the voice's owner enters my field of vision. Just as I thought, that unmistakable figure, she's a guest I hosted in my life as a resident. I recall correctly, her name is Igus. Upon closer inspection, she is aiming her weapon at General Teddy on a monitor.
Pointing your weapon at a monitor isn't very scary. But anyways, your next opponent is...
If I don't act now, the match will start without me. I must prevent General Teddy from speaking for the time being until my business is completed. Again, before I realize it, I am already in motion.
Oh no! Pardon my bold entrance. Huh? Oh, the monitor's completely shattered. Who would do such a thing?
A strange intruder has shown up.
Oh my. I thought we were having a touching reunion. How unfortunate that you would refer to me as a strange intruder.
A reunion? I don't recall ever meeting anyone so odd.
She who governs power. Does that ring any bells for you?
Huh? Wait. Are you the one I met in that blue room then? Your entrance just now was very different from how I remembered your behavior, so I didn't recognize you. But you're Eridanus' son. No, Elixir? Erengi?
In any case, I never dreamed that I'd meet you here.
That goes for myself as well. It's been a long time since I saw you, but why are you here? What about your duties of governing power?
I am currently in gross abandonment of my duties.
That was a very straightforward answer.
Considering the circumstances here, I'd like to test your strength as well.
I excitedly flipped through the pages of the compendium.
What? Please, wait a moment. Does that mean you wish to fight me?
From what I've heard, in certain cultures in your world, one lets one's fists do the talking. Perhaps you could think of it as a sporty, modern, and extreme way of greeting one another.
I don't understand at all.
You seem to have become strong beyond all recognition. I'd like to see your power for myself, to broaden my horizons. Will you grant my shameless request?
I still don't understand. But does this mean your wish will be fulfilled if I agree to fight you? If that's really what you want? Will you mind if I don't hold back?
I couldn't ask for anything more. I, Elizabeth, will fight you with all the strength at my disposal. Now, let us begin.
Settling matters through a show of force is simple, straight. Pardon me. I said that once already. That's funny. Oh, it's 11:20. I'm gonna just be super tired in the morning.
Finally. Fight!
My attack.
Gyro heavy
Here's
damage.
freezing. Your fingers in the crowd. Your fingers in the crowd. Your fingers in the crowd. Opening my desk. Opening my desk. Opening my desk.
Seriously? No wonder why Straws a Lot killed me so bad. I didn't know that you could take your persona and keep it out and keep it attacking. I didn't know that at all. And there's a lot for me to learn with this game, period.
You're strong.
Igus crouches down with a regretful expression.
Oh no, I was surprised myself. It's been a while since I fought with all my power.
Close my eyes and reminisce. Just as I had expected, she had grown more powerful than before. Igus is not human. She has an artificial body, making her a sort of mechanical maiden. She was originally created as a tool to accomplish a set goal with established abilities, but by gaining a heart, she forged her own destiny.
She did this with the power that can only be gained by those with emotions, the power of minds. Her nature shifted from one directed by others to one who chooses for herself. She was no longer merely acting, but living. This shift caused a miracle, and she overcame her artificial origins to attain what could be called life. Some have had the talent of turning bonds into great strength by forming a contract through intense desire. We residents of the Velvet Room refer to this talent as the wild card, and it has at times changed the course of history. Even I, who served as a resident for a long time, only encountered a few with that power. She is one of them.
I now have a wish of my own, though it may take vast oceans of time for it to come true. Perhaps one day you will accompany me on the same journey.
What do you mean?
If our destinies truly do cross, you will eventually understand.
Aga's expression shows that she still does not understand. But that is fine for now.
By the way, how have your friends been?
Huh? Oh, they're all well. Several of them are here right now.
Suddenly, a staticky voice echoes from the broken monitor speaker, interrupting our conversation. It seems I was not thorough in my destruction.
Testing, testing. It's finally getting through. Hey, you! The one who's not on the roster! Who are you? Why are you gumming up the works?
It's that bear.
If you keep messing with my Grand Prix, I'll make you...
I snapped the fingers of my right hand with a flourish. The speaker explodes. I'm sure that announcement will bother us no more now. It seems I have finally finished it off.
Oh my! Flames have suddenly burst from the speakers. How dreadful.
That was 180% your doing.
Such repeated meddling. It seems I have a bit of a score to settle with the host, too. Well then, I will be going now. Please be careful.
Oh, wait. There is a rule in this tournament against the loser of a fight moving on.
Is there? Well, considering that I entered myself into the tournament, I do not think you count as a defeated contestant. That is only conjecture, though.
You entered yourself. Yet you're going to settle a score with a host for complaining about you?
Huh. Details.
I smile cheerfully in return and leave the area. Ah, truly, that was one of my better smiles.
I cannot believe that even Elizabeth's son came to this world. That's it! Her name was Elizabeth's son. I finally remember.
Eventually, I reached a room known as the announcement room. When I approached the door, I sensed power from within. It seems the real host is here, and not on some monitor. I haven't encountered that persona user known as Sensei yet, but thinking about it, I would expect him to win his matches until reaching here. Maybe easier to wait than to search aimlessly for him. Upon closer inspection, the door is slightly open. There are people inside.
I sense 3 people.
I cautiously sneak up to the door and peek inside.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you. Huh? That is that teddy bear imposter. The student council president is here too. It seems the false teddy bear's tone is much harsher than before. Has he been meeting with difficulties lately?
When I look again at what's going on inside the room, sinister aura swirls around General Teddy. Surprisingly, transformation occurs. His silhouette reforms into a shapeless lump, which resolves into the figure of the council president girl.
I'm Shadow, the true self. Goodness, that false teddy bear was actually the girl's shadow. I see. It's true that suffering to this degree could cause a shadow to go berserk and affect its surroundings.
The girl's true appearance has already been exposed. It seems she finally was able to face her original nature. Surprisingly, the enemy is forcing the illusion upon her was her other self. I'm glad she has awakened to her true self, but this is a shocking and drastic turn of events.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel.
Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me! Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free! Yes! The power!
The shadow has gone berserk. At this point, it can no longer be stopped solely by the original person. Worse, the shadow has no more reason to keep his host alive. If this continues, but a third person storms onto the scene just as I am about to intervene.
Labrys.
It's a young man in a school uniform. For a moment, I'm utterly captivated. What powerful fire he has in his eyes. On a second look, I recognize his face from the video. As I recall, his name was Kingpin U. No, that's not right. Sister Complex U. No, that sounds even further from his actual name. Narukami? That's right, it's you,
I won't let you
Narukami.
hurt her anymore. If you're gonna keep rampaging, I'll fight you.
Fine! Then you'll be the first to die!
Shadow's attack hurtles toward the young man. But he does not flinch and takes a fighting stance after smoothly evading it. Seeing his heightened determination, I detect a distinct presence about him.
That young man is a persona user too.
Ah, and that's not all. This sensation is similar to when I encountered Icus.
Could his powers be?
There's no doubt about it. It's the same as hers. He too is a persona user whose awakened talent is that of the wild card. The shadow launches his next attack at the young man. The battle axe it brandishes is a cluster of steel as long as she is tall. If he can truly wield those powers, he may be able to stop such an attack, but it is not a sure thing.
This opportunity cannot be missed.
This time, I enter the room and step between the two.
What? Pardon me as I interrupt this scene.
Who are you?
You! How? I set up walls so you couldn't pass through. How did you get here?
So you couldn't pass through. What is it referring to? Oh, could it mean those invisible walls I bumped into from time to time? I suppose, thinking back, I did run afoul of such things along the way. But a little push was all it took to pass through them, so I barely paid them any heed.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed.
The shadow and the young man both look quite perplexed. Was what I said so shocking? Take the opportunity to step towards the young man and look him straight in the face.
Ah, are you perhaps the sensei that Teddy Bear spoke of? Someone who has awakened to the power of the wild card through Velvet Room's guidance.
What? Wait, that blue outfit. Who are you?
I flashed him a smile and turned my gaze towards the girl collapsed nearby. I believe he called her Labrys a moment ago.
I see. have a good grasp on the situation now.
Then can't you tell you're in the way? Get out of here!
I cannot do that. I came to settle some business I had with you, the tournament's host.
What business?
To be blunt. What business was it?
How the hell should I know?
That was harsh.
It turns out that I do not care about such trifling details after all. My apologies. Please forget my mention of business. Actually, my search for a certain individual has unexpectedly concluded, so we're done here.
Who said we're done? That's it! I'll kill you where you stand!
I wouldn't recommend it. If I may be so boastful, it would be a battle you stand no chance of winning.
What?
My words must have been so humiliating that Shadow's face flushes red, and it gropes for words. I ignore it in order to speak to the young man.
It's nice meeting you, by the way. I am Elizabeth. Would it ring a bell if I mentioned that I am the one who governs power?
You mean like Margaret?
Oh, do you know my older sister? I see, no wonder.
Stop ignoring me, bitch!
I shield the young man behind me, turn towards the shadow.
Please wait a moment. I must ask the one over there to leave this place before we resume.
It's you who's going to leave!
I was sure that I gave the proper warnings earlier. So it goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Final. Fight!
It's nothing. Summoning.
That hurts!
My speed. Predator. It's nothing. Here, you freeze. Warning. I will shock you. I will shock you. Backing up. Here is some electricity. Summoning. 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 Your fate is in the cards.
How could it end like this? It's all completely ruined.
Shadow falls to his knees, and its will completely drained. I doubt it has the strength left to attack us.
This is me?
The girl, still unable to stand, stares blankly at her own shadow. I turn around towards a young man. This P1 Grand Prix was most likely caused by the girl's shadow manifesting her suppressed anguish. But this young man tried to reach out to her even at the risk of his own safety. And even after seeing proof that she was the one who caused that risk.
Excuse me, but may I leave the rest of this to you? I'm ashamed to say so, but delicate persuasion is not my forte.
I understand. I agree that you don't seem like you'd be too good at it.
Young man walks towards Labras, who is still at a loss for words. I have yet to have a proper conversation with him, but I sense a certain trustworthiness in his strong steps.
Miss President, or actually Labras.
What am I supposed to do? What difference does it make if I accept this? In the end, no one's gonna understand me anyway, right?
It's true that others won't be able to easily understand your pain. But are you gonna give up after just one try at showing them? One victory or loss doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't give up. That's what I think.
I shouldn't give up?
No, you can do this. You're not alone anymore.
Labras' eyes widen, as if just realizing the brightness of the scenery before her. The young man waits patiently for his words to sink in. After some time, Labras finally stands up and looks towards me.
Is this what you were talking about before? I am also not human, but who you are is for you to decide. That is the power of potential that everyone holds. Even for a machine, I believe that still holds true.
You could have just said so when we first met.
Alas, I have always had some difficulty making myself understood.
Come on now. You should go to her.
Labrys faces a shadow once more at the urging of the young man.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all. This is my persona.
Congratulations!
Yeah, you did well.
Thanks.
There's no need to thank us. It was all you.
Seeing Labrys smile, I can't help but grin as well. But her relief only lasts for a moment before the strength drains from her body and she stumbles.
Labrys!
The young man hastily catches her.
There's no need to worry. She must have reached the limits of her stamina.
He props the unconscious Labrys down against the wall.
Strength that binds hearts together. No matter how many times I witness it, its beauty never fades. May I borrow some of your time?
Young man looks over his shoulder in surprise, but when our gazes cross, he turns, as if understanding.
Are you a resident of the Velvet Room too?
Well, in a way. I have abandoned my duties at the moment in order to see through a desire of mine.
What did you want with me?
I calm myself before opening my mouth once more.
In order for my wish to be granted, I require a power much greater than what I have. But it is most likely not power used to fight. It is something else. I wish to understand what that is. The power of the wild card that changes bonds into strength. I have a feeling that the key lies there.
I don't really understand.
Put more bluntly, I wish for you to show me your potential.
Young man considers everything I said, but eventually sighs before responding.
I get it now.
You don't mind?
Would you back down if I said no? After what you said before, I don't think you'd back off that easy.
Touché.
Take a slightly defensive stance.
There is no need to be lenient. I invite you to approach this battle as if you intend to kill me.
I didn't think I could win any other way.
Thank you. Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Final. Fight!
You're frozen. One. Summoning. Oh no. Oh no. Here, freeze. This may be Summoning. Summoning. One. Oh no. Impact. Is this beast extended with my attack? You're frozen. My attack. You're frozen. I will shock you. Here is some electricity.
She's so strong.
I see. You do indeed have great power.
Even while saying so, I'm conflicted and my expression clouds. It's true that he was strong. He expertly wields the power of the wild card. But thinking about it, that isn't what I wanted to learn. The power of the wild card doesn't stem from just one skill in a fight. His strength comes from his knowledge that he cannot avoid fighting to gain his desire. That strength happens to manifest his power in battle. But what I want to learn has little to do with combat. Will I ever get closer to the root of the matter with this method? But even if I find that I can't, I don't see another way. I have measured all types of strength, great and small, as one who governs power. I feel suddenly anxious.
Could it be that it's something I cannot understand?
Will I never be able to understand as one distance from the workings of human society? Has it been impossible from the start for my wish to be fulfilled? I then noticed the sound of footsteps.
Hey, are you okay? Oh shit, dude, what happened to you?
Yukon, are you all right? Senpai, hang in there.
Seems that once the shadow who created this place was vanquished, the rules keeping everyone trapped were nullified. These must be the friends he formed bonds with. But...
Yo! Did you do this? What did you do to Senpai?
one of them turns his fierce eyes on me.
You're so mean, miss! This is going too far!
Who are you anyway? You better explain yourself!
If you did this with malign intent, we won't let you leave here so easily.
Their anger at seeing their friend hurt. That was a new experience for me. Their bond gave birth to anger, grew into animosity, and that fury is now directed towards me. But the young man stands up.
One more time.
His request. He requests this even though he's badly wounded. A rematch would seem to have only one possible outcome.
What?
Please, that is enough. I've already witnessed your strength.
If this ends with my defeat, it doesn't count as me showing you my potential.
But...
You shouldn't jump to conclusions. I thought I said this once today. What's important is that you don't give up after one try. You have to hang in there. My friends that I haven't seen in a while are all here. I can't just wave the white flag.
The moment the young man makes his declaration, a mysterious presence fills the area.
Padma.
The presence surges with power and creates a whirlpool of light around him. Then that light, the young man's determination and drive instantly rekindle.
What is that power?
Is it the wild card he holds? I then notice that the young man's friends are standing behind him in support, all of them fixing their gaze on me as I stand perplexed. The bond that they share in their very core is echoed in their eyes. I suddenly feel as if I'm confronting a fearsome giant.
I cannot believe I am seeing this.
I find myself starting to back off. My footsteps are unsteady as I go. A small dip in the floor behind me, no larger than a fingernail, throws me off balance. Surely I'm about to fall. But then unseen Mars catch me.
Are you all right?
You're...
In contrast to my utter bewilderment, she wears a calm smile. When I turn back to the young man, the surge of power is already dissipated. Catch myself sighing in relief. Even when I review my long memory, I can recall no occasion in which I have felt so overwhelmed before.
What was that just now? Do you happen to know what this power is?
I do not know the specifics, but...
Agus also turns her gaze towards you and her friends.
That must be the power of their bonds. The power that stems from not being alone. I don't know why, but I feel like I understand when I'm watching them.
The power of not being alone.
It's a power they all share. It isn't just his. That their strong bonds turned his determination not to lose into an instant recovery for him. I am suddenly reminded of a conversation I once had with my sister.
If something is impossible for them to accomplish alone, they will work together. His friends have even worked miracles at times. Those were the words I spoke to her.
What's important is that you don't give up.
It is a cliche to hear, but his wisdom is profound. I dismissed his potential by judging by my standards. I almost gave up in the same way, thinking I would be unable to understand. But he refused to allow that. His power proves there is not only one standard. It is truly the strength found in numbers.
So this is a bond.
When I think about the guests I met, who I have formed, who I formed with bonds, I may have focused too much on those individuals. I never took much interest in who they bonded with or how these bonds were forged.
What I should be studying isn't just him, but all of them together. Not the strength of a person, but of people. That may be the lesson. It seems I am starting to find hope.
A nod in satisfaction.
Today's festivities made for quite a wonderful Grand Prix. Considering that there have been some games, I should be going. If you'll all excuse me.
Turn to make my exit.
Huh? Wait a sec, you haven't explained yourself yet! You haven't even told us your name! It's Elizabeth!
Hey! Back here! What are you all happy for?
Who was she? Well, the odds are low that she was the mastermind behind this case.
Enough about her. Senpai's more important. We'll get you out of here in no time, so hang in there, Senpai. Teddy, get a stretcher ready.
Huh?
What are you standing around for? Move!
Guys, I'm not exactly critically injured, you know?
I think it's wonderful.
You're...
Seeing you surrounded by friends reminds me of a certain someone.
certain someone?
There is no need to worry, everyone. His wounds are not serious. He is merely exhausted.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, who are you?
I could have left by a shorter route, but I returned to the school's front gate and looked back at the school. The faces of the people I parted with a moment ago are called to mind. Amongst them is that young man's face. I only faced him briefly, yet I recall him with surprising
I'm sure that
vividness.
he will continue to increase his strength of heart. It is a given with so many friends. I am a little bit envious.
Turn the pages of the compendium and draw a magic circle.
Well then, farewell.
I soundlessly pass through it and leave as if melting into the scenery. I close my eyes and my thoughts drift to the past.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you listening? You seem lost in thought like that frequently of late. Could this mean that you finally began to be troubled over things, like a normal person?
How scathing of you, as usual.
Believe me, sister, I am not as bad as you. What's the matter?
My dear sister, I want to tell you a fairy tale.
What's this about?
In our world, at the far reaches of the Sea of the Soul, there stands a large door. A soul which devoted itself to sealing that door slumbers there.
Why did it do such a thing?
That soul is risking itself to prevent those who have lost sight of life's brilliance from luring the world to self-destruction. It has become the guardian of the door, of the whole world, in fact.
That is a very sorrowful story.
My dear sister, do you think I can save that person?
I thought it was a fairy tale.
It may be impossible alone, but what if I joined forces to do it? This person's friends are capable of miracles at times.
This person you speak of, is it? I hope you're not planning to...
Oh, don't be silly, my dear sister. I told you, it was only a fairy tale.
To a certain degree, all of your stories are like fairy tales. I don't know what's troubling you, but be sure that you don't neglect your duties.
When I open my eyes again, I am in the sea of the soul, a world where countless bright lights shine like a nebula.
Velvet, oh velvet.
begin singing a song, but now that I am here again, I feel a hint of loneliness. I smile inwardly at myself. What happened today was very fruitful for me, though it came with a certain realization. I still don't have anyone in the world outside the Velvet Room that I wish to form a bond with. My lack of a hunger for such things may have prevented me from understanding.
No, that's not quite right either.
Lack of hunger? That's not it. In truth, it was within my power, but I was turning my gaze away from it. After all, I didn't begin this journey only to find a means to defeat that monster. I thought by defeating it, I could see him again.
To think I was unconsciously afraid of something and keeping my distance from it. That is quite a surprise.
The mechanical girl, the young man today, and my guests all had their own desires and resolve from the start. I should make myself just as resolved if I am to achieve my desire as well. I will face it unblinkingly and accept it. I will admit that the loneliness in me aroused from leaving my own residence. The sick feeling of loneliness will surely torment me and cause me grief forever. But if I harden my resolve to allow for embracing that pain, I am certain that my yearning heart will yield great power. Bonds, the other half of being alive along with death. Just as death gives life in its shine, I'm sure loneliness will shed new light on the question of bonds. That is when I will obtain the power of bonds in the truest sense. Certainly I will not achieve that miracle alone.
Though I cannot defeat that monster now, I may in time gain the power to truly erase it.
He must have felt that hunger as well. That is why he tried to protect his bonds with his life, leading him into the universe. I smile to myself again. As one who leads others, I have only now gained enlightenment about the true meaning of bonds. And at that moment, a single card drifts down before my eyes.
Oh!
Hovering before me like a butterfly fluttering its wings is the card of the Fool. It bursts into pearls of light on my hand.
To think the day would come where I would behold my own arcana and not that of a visitor's.
Oh, wow. She got it now. Okay. It represents freedom, purity, possibility,
And the beginning of a journey. It may be that my journey has finally truly begun. The Fool. Well, I am aware that I still do foolish things.
I give a wry smile and look up. My gaze is fixed on what lies ahead. It is an enormous door that looms like a small mountain in the center of the void.
Please wait for me. One day I shall surely see my wish come true.
I briskly turn on my heel away from the door. My walk begins.
Velvet, oh velvet.
My bright song will no longer have mournful undertone.
Master has a large nose.
I have yet to determine a sure path. There is no assurance that my wish will come true. And whether I will truly make some sort of connection with those I encounter today isn't certain either. But I have hope now. And that is what lets me go on. This time, I can head towards a future I desire without losing my way. %. Okay. Y'all, I'm going to call it a night. It's almost midnight, and I got to go to work early in the morning. I really appreciate y'all watching. Really do. If this is your first time watching, I really appreciate a follow. I'm on a bunch of different streaming platforms. I'm on Instagram, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, X, as you can see on the screen. I'm on DLive, Trovo, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok, even though TikTok, I don't know what I did, but I don't have permission to stream live with Streamlabs anymore, so I'm going to have to wait for them to hopefully reinstate it tomorrow. Anyways, my schedule. Wednesdays starting at 6:30 Central. I usually stream until 10:30, but I did a little extra tonight. Saturdays are my marathon sessions. I start at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time and usually go until about 2 or 3 in the morning. So about 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours. Anyways, I appreciate y'all watching. I'm just a small streamer trying to make it. I know that there's plenty of people who stream out there. But y'all stayed and watched me. I appreciate it. Just a little bit about myself. I've been streaming for a little bit over 2 years now. I do mostly single player games and RPGs. Every once in a while I do some fighting. I did stream Street Fighter 6 for the first few months it was out. But I've been streaming mostly single player games. I just beat Persona 4 a couple of weeks ago, so I've been playing this. Before that, I did Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. Before that, Persona 3 Reload. I did RoboCop. I did Super Mario Odyssey. Did a couple of the Sonic games. Did Sonic and Shadow Generations and some other games. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth I've done. So I've been doing a lot of single player games. Anyways, the plan is after I finish this game, which I will be doing episode P4. And so basically the Dark Hour has returned in Inaba. So I'll be playing that on Saturday. I know there's a long story with that. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a minute before I finish this game. So I'm gonna be doing that. And then I'll do Persona 5. And then I'll do ReFantazio. And then after that, Future is kind of up in the air. So that's what I'll be doing. Anyways, I really appreciate y'all watching. Y'all have a good night. And I will see y'all again on Saturday. Peace, y'all.